Good morning, team. Hope you guys are well today. It is 5:15 in the morning. I'm trying to wake up. Give me a little bit, and I'll be up. Drinking my tea. I had to give up coffee. I'm still kind of thinking if I could try coffee just one time. See how it reacts with my stomach. I've done this at least 5 times, and every time I react negatively to coffee. And so I'm over here drinking tea. Not as good. Not as good. What's up, Justin? Good morning. What's up, Bob? Good morning. Still mad about tea. You know. But yeah, you can see BBIG's gapping up. Looks good. Looks interesting. Maybe we get a squeeze. Bitcoin absolutely crashed yesterday. And I'm curious whether I should buy this dip. I honestly might load up on this dip. I don't know. It seems like a reasonable dip to load up on. I bought the last dip of Bitcoin. If you guys remember, the last time Bitcoin dropped to 31,000, I did buy this dip as well and ended up making pretty big percentages in Bitcoin very quickly on this rebound here. And so I'm really thinking of buying the dip. Let me know if you think we should in the chat, and maybe we will. What is this on my chart? Open interest. What is this? Where did that come from? Maybe that is just on Bitcoin. Long term, I guess. And other penny stocks, like I said, we got BBIG gapping up. Huge moves yesterday. We're certainly watching this. We got KD&M. I can't tell. This looks like an acquisition, to be honest. I can't tell what it is. I haven't looked it up yet, but it looks like an acquisition. We also have ARQQ. Gapping up some. We've got HUT down. AMC looks interesting. It's moving up some too. Yeah, the crash was rough, bro. I had Tony, man. Tony messaged me and he was like, yo, crypto is crashing. And it was, man. He was right. It was nasty, man. It was a rough crash, bro. I don't know. I mean, everything crashed too. Copy traders lost money. It was a mess, to be honest. What's up, Marty? Whew. All right, I'm up. All right, so it is Wednesday in the stock market. It might be easy to forget what day it is. It is Wednesday today. All right, so I failed 20 points in chess ELO yesterday. I like chess. I'm a chess player. I like chess. It's been a while. Justin, man. Hey, listen, I can't say it didn't happen with me either, bro. Honestly, I think my copy traders, nobody used Bill. If anybody's using Bill, okay, it's my fault. I'll say it like this. I used Bill yesterday without a stop loss. And if we see Bill Bill, what can I say, bro? You're down way too much, dude. I had to cut you. You know? If we look at Bill, honestly, I want to get freaking Evo on the list, but Evo was doing good, and then he lost a bunch, but he still didn't. What I'm impressed with Evo about, I couldn't find Evo anymore. Evo wasn't even full anymore. But what I'm impressed with Evo is that he didn't lose a bunch of money. Bill, on the other hand, bro, that dude, if I was him, I'd change his name, dude. He took a huge loss yesterday. Yeah. Look at these freaking trades for Bill, bro. Bill, and this is the problem. Like, when you got a trader that just wants to keep his accuracy high, look at this. These are his current copy trades. Like, when you got a trader that just wants to improve his accuracy, the problem is that he just keeps averaging in, 1,200% here. Nobody's account's going to be able to sustain this. You can see everybody rolled out. You know? And so I had to roll out a Bill too, unfortunately. But yeah, nobody used Bill. At least I wouldn't. Y'all do whatever y'all want, you know. But like, I'm not using Bill. I'll say it that way. The other traders did a pretty good job. Like, my other three did a pretty good job of like not losing everything, you know. Okay, and like, this is what I did, guys. If y'all want to see what I did, I'm starting the challenge over. And I'm starting the challenge over, but I'm trading small like I should be. So I found 3 traders here. Right, I found these 3 traders. And I'm starting the challenge over to where I'm giving each of these 3 traders, this is the balance I'm giving them. Number 1, if we look at their history, okay, they're doing pretty good. I got with a scalper here. And this guy is a scalper. Sky is a scalper here. And so we got Sky scalping things. And so I learned I'm going to start the challenge over. And we've got Sky here who's a scalper. All right, but he has a very tight stop loss. We decided to give everyone a 30% stop loss from now on. Maximum follow of $200. We've got 0.3 times ratio here. And so we're following them. Hey, dope, man. Hey, nice, Donnie. What'd you make money on, sir? But good work. Happy for you, bro. I have that Drake Fair Trade song stuck in my head. I listened to it before I started the stream, and now it won't go away. You know. Oh, but thank you, Donnie. That's a big donation early this morning, sir. Cheers to you, man. That's $20, bro. Thank you, sir. You know. I appreciate it, man. That's right. Oh, I'm big Papa Paper Hands. You know, Marcus. You know, let me correct you here, sir. You call me Paper Hands. I'm big Papa Paper Hands. I'm the Pokemon gym boss battle of Paper Hands, okay? Like, when you beat all the other Paper Hands, I'm at the very end of the Pokemon battle as big Papa Paper Hands over here. I am the biggest wimp when it comes to trading, and it has saved my account a million times over. And so you better believe I'm a Paper Hands, you know. And I think being a Paper Hands is good, you know. To go back to like the greed is good culture of the 80s, instead Paper Hands is good. All right. And you're not going to shame me for being a Paper Hand, you know. I'm a big wimp. I don't like holding positions long, sir. You know? I'd like to try this copy trading thing. What amount of money do you recommend just to test the waters? I mean, I would give, like, I can't say what you should do, Mexican, because it really depends on, to be honest, it depends on your income, you know? Yeah, thanks, Donnie. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, I mean, coding, it depends, man. I'm learning. Like, what you guys got to understand is, like, prior to the last 3 weeks, I've never done copy trading before. So it's like, I can't say whether copy trading works or doesn't work. Like I know it works, but you have to have safe false in it, right? So, like, if you're going to copy trade, these are the things that I have learned. Okay. If you're going to copy trade, when you're analyzing traders specifically, all right, I'm going to have to make a new video about this. But I think I'm putting out too many copy trading videos. But, like, regardless, but yeah, so basically, when you're picking out traders for copy trading, like, what you have to do is you have to look at the trader, and you have to avoid any accuracy rate that is unreasonably high. Like, those 100% accuracy rates, they're cool and fine. But the problem with those accuracy rates that are 100% is that those traders never cut losses. And so if you get into a position like yesterday when Bitcoin is crashing, and that person not accidentally, but just so happened to be long in Bitcoin, he is not going to say, oh no, this is a huge crypto crash, let me get out and refresh once the bottom hits. He's not going to say that. He's going to say, oh no, I can't have a losing trade because then my accuracy is done and nobody's going to sign up for me. And so instead, I'm just going to average down and average down and average down and keep averaging down until a lot of people following him accounts are going to be gone. All right, that's number one. So you have to analyze the traders. So you have to analyze the traders. But you have to avoid any trader that you, number one, when you go look at traders, right? So let me show you guys what I mean. Okay, so like when you go look at traders, all right. Where did it go? I had copy trading up. Where'd it go? Anyways, okay, here it is. No, that's not it. Here it is. All right, yeah, here it is. All right, so when you look at traders, right? Let me show you guys. Let me school you guys on this, okay? So when you look at traders, you have to go find traders. Like, this guy was my most profitable trader. Out of all the other traders on my other account, this guy was the most profitable, and he has a 40% accuracy rate, and he's full. This dude's making money. He's making $20,000 every 3 weeks, man. 20.5 thousand every 3 weeks. ZZ Coin, another guy. Not, if you look at the people that are making the most money here, their accuracy rates are the lowest because they're cutting their losses and they're getting into win-win trades that can grow big. Jay Elliott was another one. I mean, he was okay. This dude made me a bunch of money. But when you start to scroll down and you see these dudes like this that have 100% accuracy, okay, and you look at what they're holding still, like, these are the history of their trades, right? But if you look at the accuracy, this is what they're holding still. This is what you'll see, right? This dude, yeah, he looks profitable. You know, he's made 220% over the last few weeks, made $3,000, but he's holding on to a bunch of losing trades. And look at these prices, $52,000. Bitcoin's at 46 now. Who knows when it's going to get back to 52K? Maybe this week, maybe it's in 3 months from now, maybe it's never. Who knows, right? And so this dude is literally just averaging into his trades. You know, and if you follow this guy, he's never going to cut losses because he's going to be so desperate to maintain this 100% accuracy rate, you know? And so you don't want to follow this guy because he's holding on to a bunch of losing positions. He's not cutting his losses, right? But if we look at like this guy who's very profitable, This guy's making 4% here, 3% here, 5% here. This guy is scalping, and he's going long and short. He's scalping Ethereum on the upside. He's scalping Ethereum on the downside. He's taking short-term trades, and he's not holding on to any positions. That's what you got to look for. He's not holding on to any positions. He's cutting his losses, and he's moving on. And during this entire Bitcoin crash here, he didn't lose barely any money. He lost like what? Like 8, 13, 18, 20%. He lost 20%, but then he made 20%. And so my point is that you got to find people that are not holding on to positions and just averaging in so that their accuracy is unnaturally inflated, right? Like that's what's going on. And so with that said, you got to find people that don't have this 100% accuracy rate, because those are the guys that are going to be profitable most of the time. But when a big market move happens that they're on the other side of, they're just going to average in until they destroy the account, is the best way I can explain it. And so you want to find people that don't have a super high accuracy rate, like 80% is fine, 40%, 60%. I'm following this dude here. Where'd he go? I'm following Sky wherever he went. And he's got like, I'm following this guy here as well, 91% accuracy rate. But again, if we look at this guy and we look at what he's holding, number one, he's always accurate. He's taken both sides of the trade. He's taken Bitcoin on the upside, Bitcoin on the downside. So no matter which way it goes, and he's not holding on to positions. That is the key. You got to find people that are not holding on to their positions, because the people that are holding on to their positions, the people that are down like 300%, 400%, they're just refusing to cut their losses because they're afraid it's going to hurt their accuracy rate. And so they're just holding on to the huge losses. That is not the trader you want. And that is what I learned. And so with that said, I've got 3 traders. The other thing is you got to set stop losses in every trade. So like once you find a dude that is cutting his losses fast, you got to set stop losses in every trade. Like these are my latest traders, and they've been making me money. But again, I'm giving them each, this guy's got a 70% stop loss. And the reason he's got a 70% stop loss, again, is because he can lose $100. That's fine. That's like the maximum loss he's ever going to lose. This guy has got a 30% because he's a scalper. So he's not taking super long positions. This guy, I gave a 40%. And so you got to look at how much they're making and then adjust the stop loss appropriately for it. But like, that's how you do it. Right. What I admire about you, John, is how you drop a crappy trade like a hot potato and have a bad trading day. You step away and do something else because ish hits the ish happens. Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I'm a big wimp, man. People can make fun of me. It's fine. Like I would rather be a big wimp in trading, because the people that aren't are usually the people that just destroy their accounts. You know what I mean? Like people that aren't wimpy in trading destroy their accounts. They might win sometimes by averaging in and doing their thing, but when they lose, they're losing huge. I would rather just cut my losses and like make fun of myself and then move on and not worry about it, What's up, Julian? I'm good, man. Bingo and HMBL. What do you mean I got to move on? Bart, what are you talking about, bro? Yeah. And so again, if y'all want to check out copy trading, understand you could lose, of course. I always got to preface it with, look, they are a sponsor of the channel and you could lose, but there's the link if you want to try it out. Yeah, BNGO. I've watched BNGO for years now. The number one sign of strength that you have in these penny stocks, I'm skeptical of most of these penny stocks, to be completely honest here. Like I'm skeptical of a lot of these. Yeah, for sure. You got to move on from some of these crappy copy traders for sure. And that might be what he's talking about. Yeah, 100%. You got to cut your losses. Yeah, and some of them are just not. Some of them are just averaging in. They're saying, oh, well, I got Bitcoin at 52K. Let me double my size and get Bitcoin at half of where it is to now, or half of where it is currently. Half up from where it is currently just by averaging in twice the size. And again, those aren't the traders that are going to make money long term. The traders that are going to make money are going to be like this dude here. Like traders that make money are going to be like this guy here, where this dude is making very small percentages. You know, this dude's making 40%, but he's still up 150%. And the other thing here, guys, the reality is like, okay, if you find people that have these huge unrealistic percentages, right? They've got these huge unrealistic percentages, like 66,000%, right? Those are usually guys that are swinging big money. And so I guess it's two different strategies. If you want like big account growth with a lot of risk, you could go with these guys who are making 66,000%. But if you want just small, reasonable growth, again, my favorite trader currently is the Sky guy here. He's got 75% accuracy. He's up about 515%. You know, he gets into a reasonable short-term trades. They're not long-term trades. He's scalping both sides, and he's getting out, and he's not holding on to his positions. This is the guy that I'm probably going to follow. I'll post his name in the chat if you guys want to follow him. Again, I can't guarantee he's going to make money, but like this is him here. Why is Bitcoin selling off? There was some reason for it. Most likely from El Salvador adopting Bitcoin as its first legal tender, and El Salvador is a mess right now. And that most likely dropped Bitcoin, to be honest. I don't understand why a lot of these countries are so anti-capitalism, though. I really don't understand. You know? I guess it's environmental. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you have like a military dictatorship, and political unrest like you did in El Salvador, I mean, I'm for Bitcoin being used as a national currency, though. I think it's fun. The problem is that it influenced Bitcoin. Me, Kevin, is saying that there was a massive sell-off institutionally. He says El Salvador has a $27 billion economy. Can you check this trader, John? Yeah, I got you. Hold on, let me here, hold on, I got you. Hold on. And if y'all want me to check any copy trader, check this trader, John. Whoa. Yeah, I got you. If y'all want me to check any copy trader, just let me know. I can check them for you. Again, I can't guarantee like okay, I'm gonna give you my own subjective opinion on some of these guys. I can't say whether they're gonna make money for you long term because you never know. And I had some that I thought were safe bets, but instead they just, you know, hurt my account massively. So I can check them. Okay, so I think I've used this guy before, but okay, what you want to see here? All right, here. Let me sign in here. Okay, it's not gonna let me log in twice. Here it is. Okay. All right, so you'll be to check this guy here, right? Okay, this dude looks great, to be honest. Let's see what he did yesterday. All right, so he's very active. He trades large percentages. All right, you got to see if he took some losses yesterday because he's okay. This guy is extremely active. Okay, here's the losses from yesterday. So we had to scroll back a ton to hit the losses from yesterday, and here they start to come. All right, because most copy traders took losses yesterday. All right, so here's 427%, 490%, 20. Yeah, here comes the losses. And again, this guy was just averaging in. He was just averaging in. And he's got days and days of losses. And so, yeah, look at this. Wow. Losses. And this is all, and then there it's done. Okay, so yeah, I'm not using that trader. Because what's going to happen is that he might make money most of the time here. But the problem is that if a big market condition happens that he's on the other side of, he might have made a bunch of this money back though, because, it looks like he's made the money back though. Like, look, it looks like he's kind of made this money back. Wait, what? Get out of there. I don't want to buy BNG other. Anyways, it looks like he's made this money back though. I mean, okay, so if we look all the way back to the losses, let's try to calculate exactly how much these losses were. All right, so here's the losses start to roll in. So let's just call this 300, 500, 800, 1200, 1300. We're just going to add that 1500, 1600. So that's $1,600 in losses there. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, 3,700, 4,300, 4,800. 5,300, 5,800. All right, so that's $5,800 in losses, and that's not even getting halfway through this. All right, so he hasn't made that back. I seriously doubt it. He has 5,800, 6,800, 7,800, 9,000, 9,700, and it keeps going. 10,700. About 10,000 or 11,500. Let's just call that 13,000. And then this is probably another 4. So, that's $17,000 in loss, or 17,000% in losses. Let's just call that 20. Call that 23,000. All right, so we'll just call that 25,000% losses. All right, that guy yesterday took 25,000% losses yesterday. 1,000%, which is worse. That dude took 25,000% losses yesterday. So this is a guy that is going to average into positions. And if the market keeps dropping, he is going to lose huge percentages, And I'm honestly telling BitGet the same thing, that there's some, You just got to set stop losses to avoid traders like this, to be honest, and not use them. I'm not using traders like this anymore, but you got to set stop losses to avoid it. Yeah, for sure, Frank. And you guys know me. I'm honest with people. Yeah. How? Or yeah, John. You said to call you John yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Katie and M looks interesting. Yeah, I don't blame you, Mexican. You know, Silverback. What's up, Scary Boo? But yeah, we got BNGO. It's interesting. I mean, it's holding its gains, which is usually what you want to see, but it hasn't moved much over the last few minutes. We've got AEI gapping up today. So the penny stocks that I'm looking at are AEI, BBIG, of course. I think everybody's watching BBIG. We got ATER on the move as well. The anti-phishing, mine says that same thing, Tiny. I can't show you guys because it would show you my does YouTube provide you a good means of living live videos versus random stock uploads? If you can build an established channel, sure. You know, like this channel makes 6 figures. It might not seem like it does, like, you know, but it does. And you know, it's the YouTube stock trading space is saturated at this point in time. There's just a lot of people doing it, you know. Hey, what's up, Brad? Hey, what's up, Smoke? I saw your video yesterday railing into Chunk or whatever his name was. You know, doing God's work over there, Smoke. I think I'm just going to call you Smoke from now on. It's easier. Hood back to offering price now. I know I'm in Hood too. We'll see what happens. You know, like I said, my plan is just a dollar cost average into Hood. And so like currently on Hood, I have a, let's see what my position here is on Hood. Hood is my largest position, and it is a $4,300 position. It's $4,300 position. I'm only down $300 on the entire position. My average price is $45.34. So it's like, it's not that bad. I've got 102 shares of Hood. But yeah. Hood is at $42, basically $41.80. It closed, and it's just volatile in pre-market, but it's at like 42. But again, I mean, you know, this is a long-term hold. I'm down like $200, $300 on it, which is not, you know. Do I want to be down $300? No, but is it going to scare me out of the trade? No. Hood crashed because crypto crashed, and a lot of people trade crypto on their platform, and so with that, that's why it happened. Yeah, Hood's at about $42 a share now. Y'all can hear the music today, right? Hey, what's up, Umbrella? Good morning. I mean, I disagree, Badir. I disagree, sir. I mean, okay, I am holding a little bit of AMC. Like I have been for the last few months, you know. So I'm holding AMC. I am holding MMAT. I'm holding AMC, MMAT, not GameStop though. GameStop's the one I want. GameStop's too expensive. It's not worth it for me. But I am holding some AMC. I am holding some MMAT. I am holding DraftKings. So, you know, we're holding some. We're diversifying our portfolio. There's no music? Yeah, I feel you. I mean, it's all subjective, Shang. So, you know, it's all good, bro. Yeah, I know today is earnings. What's up, Matilda? Hey, good to have you here. You know, we go live every day. We talk about stocks. You know, and my big thing here. I'll do that, Mexican. I got you, bro. I'll do that. I'll do that on our Discord. So if you want to do that, all right. So Matilda says, any tips on passive videos I should watch? How experienced of a trader are you, Matilda? That's what's ultimately gonna, you know, dictate what you should do. If you're a brand new trader, there's 4 videos on my channel that I really think you should watch, that I think are very helpful videos in learning what shorter term trading is all about, you know. And so it just depends on what kind of trader you are. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll post that to our Discord. I'll post the updated list now. What's up, Wilton? Okay, so you're brand new. Okay, yeah, so I got you here. Oh, actually, I think they're in my description. I think I started putting them in the description. Yeah, I did. Okay, so go watch. Okay, so Matilda, go to the description. Here, I'll post them here. Here's calculating risk reward for beginners. And this is an old video. But here's calculating risk reward for beginners. And this is something that you really want to understand. Calculating risk reward. The other one is how to build a trading plan. Some of the quality of these videos might be the best. I might have to do some update videos. And then how to trade gaps is another one. And then another one here is understanding technical analysis, or no, understanding VWAP and strategies. That's a good one. And then we've got understanding technical analysis. Those 5 videos are the base of most trading. So those 5 videos are the base of what you really want to see. Hey, what's up? What's up, Daniel? All right, but we got ATER that's gapping up a little bit as well. We got AEI. Let me switch these scans over to regular pre-market trading. ARQQ. What happened with this yesterday? That's kind of a weird move, no? Dude, I thought Patty looked great, Spec. I thought Patty the Baddie looked great, man. I know he has a lot of hype. He needs to shave the bowl cut. But, I thought he looked good. Yeah, he seems really, really solid, you know, as a fighter. I'm interested to see how he progresses. Good finishing power, better submissions, which is really interesting. He's kind of like a, you know... Heard we were due for a market correction. Hope it doesn't show up for a while. I also want to at least buy myself one nice Christmas gift. Yeah, man. I mean, it's certainly possible. Dude, to be honest, there's been rumors of market corrections like I've heard rumors of market corrections at least once a month for the last 2 years. You know, I think people just worry. Yeah. Yeah, the guy who knocked out Ariel was there too. Thoughts on TAL and the whole Chinese education sector? I am skeptical of it. I'm not skeptical. I think there's some fine companies for like the Chinese education sector. The problem is that they're so hard to DD. You know, they're so hard to look into because they're overseas. You know, the only data we get from those companies are the data that the companies want us to get. And so it's hard to tell how strong the company really is And I know at the time when the initial boom happened with these stocks, they had some incredibly sketchy movement. I can't remember the name of the symbols, but I remember at the time when some of these education stocks started to really go crazy, we had some very sketchy movement overall in these stocks. Very sketchy, inflated movement, pumps, just weirdness. And so with that in mind, I'm very hesitant to invest long term in any of those companies, and I think that it's understandable. So I think considering how China is, I think it's a risk. But I think BBIG is the biggest penny stock that we're all watching today. You know. Yeah, EDU, CEI. Yeah, let's see what happens with CEI. I'm interested in it. I don't know. We'll see about BBIG. I just want to see it hold over $10. I think $10, 960s, where that previous closing price is, are two big levels. Here's 10. I just want to see it hold over that. I think if it can hold over that, it's looking solid. Yeah, and patience is my problem too, Shane. Yeah. Where did this Crypto Hub International thing go? Hey, what's up, Adrian? Yeah, CEI, we're watching it. John, do you think BBIG is overtraded? I mean, is there such a thing? Is the real question as overtraded? I mean, good volume is good volume. You want to see good volume. I mean, if anything, if you want any type of stock to sustain movement, you need buyers stepping in. And so, is there such a thing as overtrading? I don't think so, but maybe there is. It's currently testing the VWAP now. Check out BBIG. It's up to 1060s here. How do I get the FinViz API? What's up, Ryan? Hey, good morning, bro. ENLV. Yeah, I'm looking at it. They don't have an official API. Yeah, Austin can help with options for sure. You don't think we'll even get a small correction this month? I thought all the hedgies and banks have to rebalance their portfolios at the end of each quarter. Yeah, maybe. We might. And so I ended up making like $30 yesterday. It wasn't a huge amount, but we did end green yesterday. I guess that's the best I can ask for, really, huh? BBIG just rejected the VWAP big here. Again, we got KDNM. I'm pretty sure this is an acquisition here. 163 million in the float. Yeah, okay. It was an acquisition, which is what I thought it was. Okay, and just to show you guys how you spot these acquisitions, it's pretty simple. You spot these acquisitions by, you can always look it up. It's pretty easy to look up. But whenever you see a stock move up like this, right, where there's literally no movement in between, right? You just see it gap up, but there's nothing in between here, right? There's no movement here. And it can only be two things, really. It could be three things. It could be really, really bad news causing a stock to gap down that way, but that's usually not the case. It could either be an acquisition, which means one company's buying another at a specific price, and the stock price moves up to that specific price that they're acquiring it for. In this case, that's what this is, and it was $9.50. And so you can see the stock goes from where it closed all the way up to $9.50 without moving anywhere in between. That's usually how you spot an acquisition. The other thing it could usually be is a split of some sort. It could be a reverse split. And, that's usually, you're going to look at the difference, right? So if this is at 1, if the stock closed at 1 and then it shoots up to 10, then it's a 10-to-1 split. It's taking 10 shares and turning it into 1 share. And so the price is going to 10 times. So it's going to go from 1 to 10. This is not the case. This is an acquisition. They're buying it out at $9.50. And again, I'll post this catalyst here. But yeah, that's how you basically check. If you want to know how you check to see what it is without needing to look at news. Because that's the catalyst right there. Hey, what's up, Bitly? FCUV. FCUV looks okay. It's just it's quiet. And so we'll react to it if it does something good, but until then, we're not going to mess with that. We'll react to it if it looks good, but that's it. ARQQ with some ridiculous movement yesterday. What happened with this one? That's just ridiculous movement here. Yeah, I don't see any news. Is this an IPO? Oh, this might be an IPO. Let me see. Yes, okay, that's an IPO. That's why I couldn't find any data for it. Okay, so this is just a volatile IPO. We'll watch this. It's volatile. It's an IPO. We'll still take a look at it. We also have IGC, which I believe is a cannabis stock, if I remember correctly, what this used to be. I don't know what it is now, but IGC used to be a cannabis stock. I've seen the stock off and on get delisted to the pink sheets, get relisted back, get delisted to the pink sheets. And so, yeah, okay, so it is a cannabis stock. It's a cannabis pharmaceutical stock. And you can see the catalyst is here. I use TD Ameritrade's Thinkorswim, Belinda. And so here's the catalyst for IGC. Again, you can see it's up 20% in pre-market. The company announced the completion of phase 1 clinical trial on Alzheimer's patients, said that cannabis-based investigational drug IGC AD1 was safe and well tolerated. Well, that's good. We have Alzheimer's that runs in my family. I'm going to tell my dad to start taking some CBD or some type of hemp, because we have Alzheimer's that runs in my family. My grandfather uh, my grandfather had, it was either Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. It's one of the two. It's those two easily get mistaken for each other. But my grandfather, when he was like 75, 80, he was diagnosed, I think it was with Parkinson's actually. And he completely, he wasn't there, at first he started forgetting things, forgetting who we were, and then he was just gone, but he lived until he was like 90, 85, 90. So he lived another decade or so, but he was just bedridden. But my point is that cannabis, they've done a lot of studies and they think that cannabis is really good for that type of stuff. And my dad's always talking to me about being worried about that. And so I might tell my dad to get on some hemp. Yeah, I mean, you're good, Tiny. No worries. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was tough, but this was like, my grandfather passed away when like 10 years ago. So it's been a while since he even passed away. Good man, but yeah. Alzheimer's gets you, man. There's a lot of them. And so cannabis, they say, is good for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't trust IGC long term, though. I mean, here we go. I mean, we can see this one spikes and fails, spikes and fails. 2A would love this thing. Spike, fail, spike, fail, spike, fail, spike, fail. Yeah. Yeah, 100% web. IGC, we expect to report this data as it becomes available after submission to the FDA, and at this stage there can be no assurances to the results that the secondary data will show or that it will meet any of our expectations. Yeah, for sure. I don't trust the company, of course. Yeah, this one pops and fails over and over again. SNDL sundial. Yeah, well, this is actually a really good lesson, Martin. So I'm gonna use you as a lesson, sir, and it's an important lesson to understand. Okay, so with SNDL, what happens with some of these companies is that they're not profitable companies, right? Like, so they don't actually make money. Like, so a lot of these companies don't actually make money, and so what they do is they do offerings and they just dilute their company. If you look at the float on SNDL, it's got billions with a B in the float. Very large float for SNDL. And so with that said, computer is whack. I gotta fix it. SNDL, if you look at the data here, it's got over 2 billion in the float. Over 2 billion. So it is just the reason SNDL doesn't move is because it's got 2 billion shares out there. The company, since it wasn't profitable, has basically diluted themselves so much to where it barely moves at all anymore because there's so many shares out there. It's diluted the company because the company sells shares and sells shares and sells shares to make money, but they're just diluting themselves, right? And so there's 75-cent stock with 2 billion in the float. And so that is why it doesn't move, because it's got billions in the float. Well, reverse splits don't dilute the company. Hey, what's up, Jessica? Good morning. Jay, thanks, John. Love learning. So it's like Pfizer. I had to get out because for a swing with the vaccine, it actually went down. Yeah, you never really know. Marijuana has been used for hundreds of thousands of years for everything from medications to everyday household items. Hemp and marijuana can have Yeah, for sure, 100%, Adrian. It's crazy, you know. I've gone over this before, but I'll go ahead and go over it again. What's up, Cameron? Good morning, bro. And I've honestly said this so much that some people might get mad at me, but like, we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain, which means that our ancient ancestors consumed cannabis. You know, is basically what it means. They found cannabis at old, you know, Jewish temples that were 2,000 years old. You know, and you know, you get a lot of people that are critical of cannabis. You know, that are religious, right? But it's like, if you really are religious, don't you think God would rather you take something that is not synthetic and that grows out of the ground? It's like, you think he would rather you take these synthetic drugs that cause massive physical dependence, that cause all these terrible things that are, you know, really, a lot of these drugs are killing people right now. Like opiates, like a lot of those drugs are killing people right now. Cannabis is not physically addictive. It doesn't cause physical withdrawal symptoms. You know, so like no physical withdrawal symptoms for cannabis. That if there is a God, which again, not getting political or religious here, but if there is a God, that was his medicine to humans. You know what I mean? But instead, like, we have criminalized it and made it so, you know, freaking weird here in this country and everywhere else, I guess, that, you know, you got a certain percentage of the population that just kind of spews old nonsense arguing points from back in the 40s and 50s when they thought cannabis was bad. The reality is, cannabis is much safer than a lot of the drugs we use nowadays, and that's the reason it's illegal. You know, the fact that we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain shows that our ancient ancestors had access to it. You know, it means our ancient ancestors consumed cannabis. And if you look at what's healthy for humans, like if you look at what is healthy and what's not, what's healthy gets rid of inflammation in our bodies, right? And what's unhealthy for us causes inflammation, right? And what causes inflammation are things that are foreign historically to our bodies, right? So things that our ancient ancestors did not have access to cause inflammation and are terrible for us. So like processed sugar, our ancient ancestors didn't have processed sugar, and so it causes inflammation and it's terrible for us. White flour, you know, our ancient ancestors weren't out there, you know, our hunter-gatherer ancestors weren't out there picking, you know, making bread, you know, especially white flour bread, and so it's terrible for us. And so the fact that our ancient ancestors consumed cannabis means a few different things. It means, number one, we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain because we have evolved to. But it also means, number two, is that it reduces inflammation, which is actually good for us. It's good to, like, anything that reduces inflammation in our body means that our ancient ancestors had access to it, and that it also consequently reduces inflammation. You know, so I guess the overarching point I'm trying to say is that cannabis is probably good for us. And so the fact that it's criminalized and all that stuff is so ridiculous that it needs to change, to be honest. You know, that's my cannabis rant for the day. Right, but all those things, Robert, cause massive physical dependence. Massive physical dependence. And also, those things are half synthetic, which means that, like, we had to do a bunch of stuff. Like, yeast is natural, but when you grow yeast in a way to where it produces white flour, using white flour to where it produces white bread, it's terrible for you. And so cannabis is, you know, different. Like, it's not as messed with as a lot of those things you listed. Right, exactly, Bart. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. The leaves are good. Processed is bad. Yeah, plus hemp is just a much better alternative to cotton, to paper. And really, that's one of the reasons it was illegal too, is that the paper companies came on and they didn't want to lose a bunch of money to hemp. farmers, and so it's a big mess. But yeah. Look at ADMA, guys. ADMA's popping up big. It's at 162s. Let's look at the catalyst for this. Billy Ray. And again, I mean, this is coming from somebody. People hear me say this. This is coming from somebody that does not smoke or use cannabis, except for CBD. I do use CBD, but I don't smoke. I live in Texas. The risk reward here is just not worth it for me. But I have no moral. Obviously, I have nothing morally against it. I think I have morally, I'm against the prohibition of it, because I think that causes way more problems than it's worth. I think that negatively affects like the African American community more than a lot of people realize, and it's just a huge mess. And that legalizing it would solve a lot of the problems that we face nowadays with regards to the private prison industry and all that stuff. So it's just a big mess, to be honest, but that's a different story. But yeah, ADMA, it's up here. I see 109 million float. They received FDA approval. So this is an FDA nod for Van RX, a septic fill finish machine and related operations. All right, so yeah, so ADMA received FDA approval. It's gapping up some. It's got a larger float here. Looking at the data, it's got 109 million in the float, so pretty large float. We'll see what happens. It's at 158 right now. We'll see if it holds here or not, but not a small float stock by any means. Interesting enough to watch, though, and we'll see what happens. ADMA, BBIG, these are my big penny stocks today. BBIG, ADMA, AEI, IGC. Those four are the ones I'm watching the most. We'll see what happens, though. Yeah, that's a lot of V's, bro. I mean, it's not the V's that'll hurt you in that, Justin. It's the Tylenol they put in them, man. So that Tylenol is gonna be rough on your liver, bro, your kidneys. And so that's the best thing about quitting those, is you get rid of all that Tylenol intake, man. Roblox. I don't know. My kids used to play Roblox, and again, I judge a lot of my I judge some of my stock trades off of what my kids are doing, right? My kids used to freaking love Roblox. They're not into it anymore. They don't really care about Roblox. They never play it. And so I don't know if I believe long-term in the Roblox stock. It's kind of like Minecraft in a way. It's like the new Minecraft, but like my kids don't play it anymore. Maybe they're getting older, but maybe it's kind of fading down a little bit, What do you guys think of Roblox? Let me know. Roblox is currently sitting at 85.60s. ATIF. Yeah, it's heading up. Yeah, my kids did both. Hey, bro, love the show in the AM. Should I trust this? I mean, for what? I recommend somebody else for what, brother? Yeah, I saw IronNet yesterday, Ricky. What was the symbol? What was the symbol for IronNet? You're gonna have to remind me. I can't remember. I mean, I use TopStep AI. AMC will she test 50s this week? I don't know, man. That is a good topic to have, though. We can talk about AMC and what it's going to do and what the future is. I'm also going to make a poll here, and you guys can vote on what we want to talk about next. AEI testing highs. Yeah, AEI looks good. Let's look at the catalyst here. This is Allset eHome International. So this is an online. Let's see what this is all about. All right, so this is Allset eHome International. It's got 33 million in the float. They announced the completion of 15 million subscription agreement with Document Security Systems. This is the catalyst here. So this is the catalyst. So AEI. Company announced the completion of a $15 million subscription agreement with Document Security Systems. So not bad. He's trying to sell a course using TopStep. I mean, I don't know about it, AI. I've never used it. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Usually, I mean, if it's anything over $1,000, I wouldn't do it. If it's anything over like $600, I wouldn't do it, to be honest. But like, you know, it's up to you, bro. I've never taken the course. I've never really seen his content. And so, you know, I can't say good, bad. I don't know, you know. Yeah. Yeah, 49. Yeah, we'll see what happens with but yeah, that's the catalyst for AEI. Here's AMC. And AMC's moving, you know. AMC's up to 47.20s here. Let's put this up. What the heck? I don't know what I just did with this. Somehow I ended up moving this, which is weird. want to put that there. There we go. That's better. There we go. What's up, Tony? Hey, good morning, bro. All right, so we got AMC up. What do you guys think AMC is going to do today? Let's ask. What do you think AMC is going to do today, guys? Let me know in chat. Let me know how you feel about it. Hey, Tony, let me know if you want to hop on stream, brother. Does anyone know why Bitcoin tanked yesterday? What prompted it? I mean, I'm looking it up. Okay, so this is from Morning Money. Yeah, they're saying don't buy the FUD. Why did Bitcoin crash? Depends on who you listen to. Bitcoin drops to lowest in months as El Salvador rollout falters. So some people are blaming the crash on El Salvador. You know, again, it's subjective to the person blaming it. So we'll see what happens. All right, Bitcoin. Bloomberg explained that the crash was accelerated as more than 336,000 traders had their accounts liquidated over the past 24 hours, equal to about 3.6 billion, 4.9 billion worth of crypto, according to data from Bybit, a crypto futures trading and information platform. It says, quote, the retreat comes as Bitcoin faces one of its biggest tests in its 12-year history as El Salvador became the first country to adopt it as a legal tender. The Central American nation's president, Nayib Bukele, said on Twitter that the digital wallet being used in the project can now be downloaded after it was shut down earlier because of technical glitches. The wallet, known as Chivo, comes preloaded with $30 worth of the currency for users who register with a Salvadorian national ID number. And so I guess Bukele also said he was buying the dip. And that's the question, is that should we buy this dip in Bitcoin? You know, should we buy the dip? Is the dip worth buying? Let me know what you think. What's up, Chris? Two-way. Nice, bro. My parents are from El Salvador. Dope, man. I like El Salvador. My dad visits the Central American countries a ton. He's made trips over to El Salvador once a year. My dad does like church missions over there, and he goes to there in like Venezuela and like helps them build stuff every year. And so he's asked me to go a few times. I don't know if I'm about that life. It did have something to do with El Salvador, but also El Sal bought the dip yesterday. Yeah, for sure. And I think buying the dip makes sense, you know. I would wait. What's up with KDNM? KDNM did the acquisition, right? This was just the acquisition. So yeah, it just got acquired for $9.50, and you can see it just pushed up to $9.50 because of that. So it's just an acquisition. I believe the dip is worth buying on Bitcoin and especially Ethereum. Also note that Solana and other cryptos still held well yesterday. Yeah, Solana was the newest crypto I'm buying up. Yeah, I got you, Tony. Hold on 1 second, brother. Here too, I can make you a mod again if you want to be a mod. I didn't. Let me see. I messaged you also in Discord too. Let me see. Here, let me find it. There you go too. You're a mod again, bro. Solana will outperform crypto. Yeah, for sure. Coffee time, BBIG. Yeah, for sure. Here, let me get you in here, Tony. Y'all can hear the music, right? Just make sure. I'm pretty sure y'all can, but just to be safe, y'all can hear the music, right? Yeah, we can also get. Let me see if. Yeah, so we're getting Tony in here. We're also gonna maybe get Joel in here. I'm asking Joel if he wants to be a part of the stream. All right, nice. Yeah, Joel, I just sent you a message on Discord. Yeah, all you haters, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Do it now. Yeah, Joel. Hey. All right, cool. Perfect volume, nice. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get Tony in here, guys. We're also gonna get Joel. Good morning, Christina. I dip, you dip, we dip. That's right. Yeah, that's actually what happened. And so the Salvadorian president, Nayib Bukele, complained that the government-backed Bitcoin wallet Shivo was not available on various internet platforms, including Apple and Huawei. And so with that tanked Bitcoin. Yeah, what's up, Chris? GANX, yeah, GANX super volatile here too. Yo, what's up, Tony?
What's up, man? How we doing today?
Your mic is sounded way better today, bro. Way better, bro. Yesterday you sounded like you were an airline pilot.
It has to go through like a VPN and everything from my work because I'm still on one of my work computers for right now. So
okay,
Yeah, it's a whole technical thing. It won't even let you access anything on it if you're not hooked up to our Works VPN, pretty much.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, man.
just talking about Bitcoin, man. I watched that all happen like live. I was watching I don't know, I was watching some other trader and he's just focused on Bitcoin at the moment, and out of nowhere, everybody's saying something's happening, and then it just
Yeah.
goes from 50 down to like 44 out of nowhere. And then, like you said, the El Salvador guy just starts talking crap. He's like, bought the dip, wink. And
Yeah.
he's all like calling out the IMF or something like that, and saying thanks for the bullshit, bull nuggy, so he could pick up what he needed to. I was just like, okay.
Yeah, 100%. You texted me yesterday and you were like, bro, look at Bitcoin. You were like, look at Bitcoin. And I was like,
forgot about that.
yeah, no. And honestly, I hadn't looked at it since I closed the stream down. And so at first I was like, hey, bro, like I'm about to go to sleep or something. And then I looked at it and I was like, damn, dude, Bitcoin is crashing, bro. Honestly, it was a scary drop, dude. It was a scary drop. This drop was huge, man. This drop was huge. And it bounced back, enough to where there's some renewed confidence in it. You know what I mean? Like, it bounced back enough to where there's some renewed confidence.
Bitcoin's not going to die anytime soon, people. Right. It's just, understand that everything's got to be regulated, unfortunately. You look back in the 70s and the 80s. My dad is always saying how he could get away with everything. Right. You walk through the main streets of Cleveland, there's a camera on every post. So, I just need you to understand that while we're free, we're still regulated, and that will continue with your currency. That's why Bitcoin's a hell of a thing to leave your money in for a long time, especially if you bought it in the beginning. But what voice do you have for the regulation for what your opinion is? What I always say. So follow what the curve is and make sure it's a long term. If you're going in for scalping and everything, I don't know about that game.
Yeah, I'm not good at that game. I'm not good at that at all. Hey, honestly, what do you think about BBIG? Look at BBIG.
I didn't even look at it this morning. Yeah, it's still, keep in mind the short is still very high on it. Price to borrow is 111 per thing. They're the closest one. I forgot what the other one was, but it's higher to borrow than anything else, pretty much. Two-way. If you're listening to us here, what's the is it expensive to locate? That's the main thing, because like I said, whenever I see two-way saying anything like that in the bottom corner or anything, people, that's the ones I'm looking at, because if they're as expensive to locate, then therefore there's a reason for it. Or just like the day before BBIG went off, there was a restriction of short buying as well. So they would not even allow it to be done again the next day. So I remember that happening too. And when you catch wind of that, that's like a holy gift from the inciting trading gods, because I'm not even kidding. That right there is just, it might not happen the next day like it did all the time, but that's the get in, you know what I mean? That's the load in, I might have lost 20% already, but let's continue and then reverse. Or like the guy from that, what was that movie? Here Comes the Boomer. He's like, twist. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I love that movie. The UFC movie. I remember that movie.
Regular show. Okay.
Yeah. IFRX. So a lot of people mentioning IFRX. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I'm just saying overall, I'm still in Apple. I'm loving what Apple was doing. And keep in mind, I bought my contracts for October, and I told you guys that morning, what was it? Last week, I said I wouldn't buy it for the October 22nd 170 calls unless they drop below 100, $1 pretty much. I went a little bit, because it started to do a little bit of support thing, so I said I'll hit it at 103. I was able to get in some at 95 again, and by buying all those at once, my average is about 98 right now. So now my contracts were already up to like $1.45 yesterday, and from what I'm getting, that's just in the beginning. So am I getting bad feedback?
No, you're good.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Those I'm excited. Let's check out this one, IFRX.
IFRX. Yeah, it's getting some volume here. Sorry, I was typing away at something
fine.
else. But yeah, so let me look at the catalyst for IFRX. All right, so I don't see any new catalyst here. So I don't know if this is catalyst driven or not. If y'all know the catalyst for IFRX, let us know because I don't see anything. Echo. Oh, there's a big echo. My bad. Oh, it must be Joel. Joel is here now. Let me mute his mic and see if that. Or no, he's not even live in here, so it shouldn't. Is the echo gone? Testing 1 2. Echoes. Okay. So is the echo gone? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2.
Mine has echo.
Yeah, I don't hear yours echoing.
Yeah, they do.
Not on you, John. Tony has the echo only when Tony talks.
I'm gonna kick out and get back in.
Okay. Well, it might also be. Let me know if the echo is gone. Is the echo gone? Is the echo gone? Still there? Testing 1 2 3. BT is good. Guest is bad. So the echo is not gone. He and the echo are gone. Let me test this out myself. Hold on. Let me mute everything real quick, guys. So bear with me. Let me find it. Okay, so yeah, it was both me and Tony. Or no, it was both. It was only Tony.
There you go.
The echo. You're a mod again, bro. There we go. Echo gone. All right, well, we're gonna let Tony back in here. Let's let Joel in here first. What's up, Joel? What's up, Joel? You there, bro?
There you go. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Awesome.
you. We got echoes from the guests. So usually for all the guests here, we'll let Tony in here too. So for both guests here, guys, the echo is usually what I've noticed from streaming for a while is like the echo is usually from having it play through your speakers. So when you let the sound play through your speakers, even if it's also going through your headphones, right? So if like the sound is playing through your speakers and your headphones, then that's usually when the echo is. It could also be from my mic being too close to my headset. So when other people talk, let me know if that's it. That could also be it. Let me know if the echo is gone now.
Is mine still echoing?
There we go.
No, you sound a lot better now.
Okay.
And I don't hear an echo either.
It's probably from my mic, actually, guys. So that's probably my fault. Hey, all right, too. Hey, have a good day, brother. Later, bro. All right, but we should be good. Let's do a mic check, guys. We all good? We all good? All right, cool. Yeah. Okay. So now we know the echo. The echo is when I put my mic too close to my headphones, and then you can hear you guys, and that makes sense. So there we go.
All
right. So how are you guys doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I actually didn't sleep last night, so
no, man. What happened?
Too busy focus on Bitcoin.
Yeah, right. No, I just like there's some nights, man, it's just can't sleep, and it's hot here right now in Seattle.
Yeah, so you got some insomnia?
Yeah, I used to in the past. I got over it like years ago, but it's just like really hot in Seattle.
Right.
It's just like mad humid, and it's just hard to sleep like that, man.
Yeah, for sure. I get it, man. I've been there, you know. But yeah, what do you think about this Bitcoin crash, Joel? That's what I really want to ask you about. What do you think of the Bitcoin crash?
So I think it's a temporary thing. I've seen Bitcoin crash so many times over the last, I don't know, decade. And it always, not only does it always bounce back, but it always seems to bounce back with more gusto than it did the first time before that. And with, I think this level that we're at here, where we're seeing these like 46, 45 in like 50K area, that to me, that's becoming Bitcoin's new normal. Right. And with it becoming Bitcoin's new normal, man, I just think that I think that these what seem like sensationalist ideas of having Bitcoin be at 100,000, that actually seems like a realistic thing that could potentially happen over the next maybe 2 years.
It does. And honestly, I was one of the guys that was super critical of anybody that said that. I was one of the guys, And of course, I've slowly grown to accept Bitcoin as like what it is. Like I used to be the guy where if anybody said Bitcoin was going to hit 100K, I'd be like, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. Like you don't know what you're talking about over there. And I can make fun of myself now because it's like, it's plausible. It's a realistic thing. Bitcoin, it's going to need to consolidate. I just see this as like a small dip. Like if we look at the grand scheme of this, like the dip is small relative to the yearly moves on Bitcoin. Bitcoin back in March was 4,200s. This thing really started to rebound back in March of 2020. Sorry. $4,200. This thing has made crazy gains and it's held, which is the crazy thing. Like that's the big thing. So like even this dip to 30,000, like Bitcoin has held most of this move here. Like even if it stayed at 30,000, that's still great for Bitcoin. That's powerful, And so
absolutely. What I'm really interested in is Ethereum. Ethereum's got Ethereum 2.0 going, and I talked about this on the stream that we did the other day, and with everything that is being built on Ethereum, all the tokens, and now that they're switching over to proof of stake for portions of the Ethereum blockchain, like that is going to drive a lot of people to use Ethereum for a lot of their projects, and especially with proof of stake, because a lot of environmentalists are pushing against anything that has proof of work, where you got to mine the currency. So switching to that proof of stake, I think, is going to help a lot of people who have been on the fence kind of also. Yes, exactly. Also begin to start stepping into the crypto world and start accepting it too. Right. So I have a lot of confidence in Ethereum. I think that Ethereum is at this level where it's in this sort of $3,500 to $4,000 range. In my opinion, it's cheap, and I think that we could see $10,000 from Ethereum over the next 6 months to a year, and that to me just doesn't. It may sound sensationalist, and I try to avoid that type of behavior. But to me, that seems like a realistic number.
Right. So. Yeah, for sure. I completely agree there. I think Ethereum's interesting. I think Solana and Cardano are interesting in that movement as well. Cardano, it's just about whether Solana or Ethereum to kill it. But I think one of the big things that people got to think about, especially if you're in Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, I guess I should say long term, is that like some of these might fail. But like if you load up on some of these while they're cheap, if even just 2 out of 4 end up succeeding big, you're going to be way more wealthy, And so sure. It's about picking out the best ones and understanding they're not all going to succeed, but understanding like in probability terms, you got a pretty good shot. Everybody's talking about Tony's dog here today. So Tony's dog is the star of the show.
Dude, Max will not stop with this. He's a dominant little dude. Like he just sits next to me and he just goes like this with his paw and pulls it towards me. Like watch. All right, I'll pet him for a second. Then I stop.
Oh, he's like, hey, come on, bro. He's like, come on, don't stop, dude. Don't stop.
Anyway, you know what I was thinking yesterday about the whole Bitcoin thing? I think Bitcoin went to go pick up a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I look at. You know what I mean? I look at the dips kind of like that. There were people waiting on floors of elevators, right? And people do set buy orders as well as stop losses, people. You know what I mean? They're like, if it does this, then I'm going to jump on the bag. So I just think I watched that thing go down to like, what was it? 43 is the minimum, Joel?
Yeah, 43. Yeah, it hit 43.7.
I watched it just go 50 to the dude flipping out because I was typing. I'm in a meeting and everything. And I hear the dude, oh my God, what is going on? And then, like I said, I just think about it, just like certain stock and everything. It's kind of like the elevator went to go pick up its passengers. They were waiting. So
yeah, for sure. There's a lot of speculation right now that it's as you know how like when you're trading a stock and then it'll just like flash crash and then they take out everyone's stop and accumulate all those shares and then it rips right back up.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I think it may be doing. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I see it is doing,
Right.
market manipulation to a degree, with it, and recognize that with Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency, they can move just like stocks and they trend just like stocks.
Right.
So,
For sure.
they're subject to the same type of situations as stocks are too.
Absolutely. And technical trading works the same way. It's all psychological. And so, what works on crypto works on stocks and vice versa. So it's like there's still going to be psychological levels. And that's like that's when I really learned that was back when Bitcoin dipped to 30,000. When Bitcoin dipped to 30K, I loaded up on that dip. So back all the way back here, let me put the daily chart up. Back here, when Bitcoin dropped to 30K, I loaded up on this dip right here, here. And I was able to make a pretty big percentage. And the logic is the same logic I would use on a stock, right? So like if we're looking at a swing trading strategy on Tesla, if we look at Tesla, and I've used this example a few times, but if we look at, where is it? TSLA. If we look at Tesla here and we see, okay, every single time, let me remove this. If we look at this, every single time Tesla has pulled back to this 550 level, what happens on this chart? Well, every time Tesla pulls back to 550, it usually bounces right back up. Usually within a day or two, Tesla is up at least 5%, right? And so with that logic, if you wait and you're patient enough to find these levels in stocks and then just wait for the pullbacks to them, that can be a profitable trade to get involved with. Same thing with Bitcoin. If we look at Bitcoin, you wait for it to hit a very confirmed historical level like 30K. And I ended up buying this one at like 31,000 and selling at like 42s, 43,000s. So I ended up making, over 33% very quickly on Bitcoin within a few days. Very, very quickly. And again, it's because technical trading works the same. Like technical trading, like it's all human psychology. It's mass psychology. Like that's really what any market is mass psychology. It's like how much, where's the sentiment, And when we pull back to 30K, even the El Salvadorian president said that he was buying the dip in Bitcoin yesterday. Now we'll see if he's right, but I think that's what a lot of people's minds. That's where a lot of people's minds are, and it makes sense. Like it's understandable why.
They bought 200 Bitcoin, by the way. El Salvador.
They have like a total of 550 now.
Oh, do they? I thought it was at 400.
So no. So what happened was they dropped it down. He went ahead and bought the dip, and then he tweeted out right after below that, because he's basically talking crap, that they now hold 550 coins. So and I mean, if it does it again, because like I said, anything that reacts to Bitcoin makes it tank, regardless. Hackers, regulation, taxes, anything that could affect somebody's dollar, they're like, oh, let's drop it down. Hell, I don't even understand earnings and stocks, because every time a good earnings happen, it still goes in nothing. But still, like I said, it's just one of those bags. But yeah, 550 coins so far for El Salvador, and that
is 25 million.
You go to buy an ice cream. You go to buy an ice cream and you got the set amount already on the thing, and they're like, "Oh wait, no, that was 10 minutes ago. Now it's the $20 more. I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Well, another reason too why I think Bitcoin is and just crypto in general is experiencing some difficulties, because the SEC said that they were going to sue Coinbase.
Really?
Very recently. I don't know all the details of it, but Coinbase essentially said that, hey, they asked us for this, we complied. They asked us for this, we complied. And we want to move forward on USDC, our yield coin, so that people can earn a yield that's higher than what they get at banks at a savings account, and the SEC declared that as a security. They disagree, and so now the SEC wants to sue Coinbase. So this is all new.
Honestly, you never mess with banks. That's the lesson. Like the reality is, if we look at the presidents, right? Every president. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Hold on, let me make sure this is right.
Morning,
sorry.
one tiny everybody. Hey, you know what?
Okay,
I was
here it
thinking
is. Here it
as
is.
well.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You go first. No,
Okay,
sorry.
so what I was saying is that every president that has ever tried to take us off of the banknote system, like every president that has ever tried to take us off that banknote system has been got, right? If we look at Lincoln, greenbacks, he tried to take us off of the banknote system and put us on a value-based currency. He gets assassinated. You look at John F. Kennedy, tried to do the exact same thing. He tried to take us off a value-based currency, or he tried to put us on a value-based currency and off of the private banknote system. You know what happened to him? Every president that has ever tried to do that, every president that has ever tried to do that, you know what happens to them. And so you don't play with the banks, man. The banks, they're the most powerful institutions in the world right now. You know, they're the most powerful institutions. And so with what is it, USDC coin?
Yeah.
Right? With that, I understand why they're upset, and I also understand why the SEC now is like, oh no, you know. So it's an interesting thing.
What was that movie, The International, where the banks were all in control of everything?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Hey, I gotta get.
idea.
Yeah, no, it's a movie like the banks were all paying in gold and everything, and literally the banks ran the world, so they were the assassins. They were the ones that hired all the assassins. Anyways, hey, what I was also gonna say before I go is, you know what I've been thinking as well. You know, whenever everybody's trading a stock as well, or an options play that much, if you're setting stop losses for a certain degree of something, then understand that your conviction is not there for the play. So that's not anything that's going to last more than a day or so. If you are in something longer, such as an option that you're giving yourself months for, or stock, stop losses are how they get you, just like Joel said. As I said, the elevator went and picked people up. The elevator also was dropping people off like crazy, if you think about it. So all I say inside of that retrospect is whenever we're trading everything, remember your conviction is part of your trading. If you have conviction in a play, or if you've done your own due diligence and you're not just following people's other plays, and give yourself a little bit of a leash, because you can lose a lot of money. Just like John says, it dips. They kick off the people from the elevator. They pick up the people coming on. And then it reverses. Now, we're not talking about penny stocks. Don't put me there. But I am talking about a long-term company that you believe in. It's just an idea of where my head is. And especially in Bitcoin, I don't even think stop losses should be a thing on Bitcoin. If you got Bitcoin at anything below $20,000, you should be sitting there. You're not using it as an asset. You're not using it to bank off of. You're not taking it to a bank and saying, I have this right now, because it doesn't mean crap there. So I'm just saying, hold that stuff. Don't be setting your stop losses. Because,
diamond hands it, you know.
I mean, a diamond, yeah. Because I mean, honestly, unless you're dying next week and you want to go out and party, then hell yeah. But besides that, hold it and prepare for the next 10 years, because Joel's clearly a believer. The world is clearly trying to figure out the regulations and what they're doing with it. So stop losses are not for just Bitcoin, in my opinion, because I mean, just chill with it. You're not trying, unless you're a scalper, then that's completely different. But if you're a long-term HODL, then let's go. I just wanted to point that out, because I thought about that right after Joel said that, and inside of my head, we all know that happens as well.
Yeah.
But you don't ever think about it until somebody says it. When Joel said that was people being kicked off as well, I was just like, it's a two-way street. A two-way street.
Sure. It absolutely is, for sure.
You mentioned HODL, man. A friend of mine made this rap song a couple years ago called HODL Gang.
I still remember Game of Thrones, that episode, and then out of nowhere they started turning him into the meme and everything, and I was like, all right.
Hodor?
Yeah, Hodor.
Oh,
yeah, hold the door. You know,
that was a great episode, bro. That was a great episode.
We got Shang Tsung in the chat.
Yeah, did you see it?
What? No, I have not actually ever seen Game of Thrones.
Say.
But I was just saying, we got Shang Tsung in the chat, man. Got this Mortal Kombat over here. Rigo.
I thought you were talking about the new Marvel movie for a second. I was going to say, how was that movie? No.
We got Rigo in the chat. He was saying that he was asking about Ripple and saying that we're ignoring it. It's not that we're ignoring Ripple or any other. Yeah. Or any other cryptocurrencies.
Right. It's hard to find it. Yeah. Go ahead, Joel.
Personally, my own thoughts on Ripple. I've seen a lot of bullish people on Ripple over the last 6-7 years. And one of the things that I've noticed about Ripple, I've never really seen it. I think $2 was the highest that ever hit. And if you go back on the yearly chart, on Ripple, I mean, it's difficult to get really excited for me personally about Ripple. And the reason for that is because every time that it pushes up, it never really breaks that $2 point and comes right back down to the $1 mark, or right in that range. And while I think that Ripple is awesome for transacting currency, especially long distances, it's quick, it's fast, it's cheap to transact. There's a great chart right there. We're not seeing the kind of rips in Ripple that we see with Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or Cardano or a bunch of the other cryptos out there. So it's not that we're ignoring it. I'm just not particularly bullish on myself on Ripple at this time.
I don't trade crypto whatsoever, people, but my only 3 picks, Bitcoin, ADA, Cardano, and what was that?
Ethereum.
Yeah, Ethereum.
No,
there you go.
Or you could be in Solana. Solana's the other hot one. Those are my 4.
I don't care. I don't care about
ADA
the hot
and
ones.
Solana.
I care about the longevity, and Cardano's been around for a long time. It's been building constantly.
Yeah, 2017 is Cardano.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that one right there is getting so much love, and it's inexpensive to still invest. Ethereum is still inexpensive if you look at the potential of Bitcoin. And when Bitcoin eventually does get up into the hundreds, I'm not even, let's stay away from millions. Let's just talk about hundreds, because 50, 60 to 40,000 is a little change right there, right? That right there is going to make everything else predominant, and therefore, I'm not saying that you're going to get a huge rip in these, but those are kind of like your nest eggs right there for the technology that they offer and everything in the backgrounds. But those are the only things I see working. And it's not just because of this rip here. I don't care about the rip. I care about the technology building during the base of that flat line. They had no ups. It had no downs. It was just kind of trading sideways. Now that it's implemented more inside of different things, now it's starting to get its uses. Until humans adapt something, things are just speculative, of course. Now that stuff is starting to be implemented, then it's a possibility. So those are the only 3 I would look at, but keep in mind, I don't trade that. My account says 100% options, Anthony. I'm like, that's me. Sure. All right, guys, I got to go to work like always. Joel, good to see you this morning. John, have a great day. Everybody, have a fantastic morning. God bless. Good morning. Bye.
I see you, man. Later, brother. Yeah, I see SLNO trying to. I don't see any catalyst here for SLNO. It's up to 97, 98 sits. So, Joe, what do you think about like BBIG and all them? BBIG is interesting to me today.
Yeah, so I'm really interested. I'm actually in BBIG right now. So a little bit down on it, but not very much. So I'm still holding it. I was actually shocked to log on this morning and see that BBIG ripped so much in the after hours yesterday. And I thought it was coming, but it's been so many days since this last squeeze that I was worried that, hey, maybe it's starting to sell off and it's just going to sell off. But it's been holding that $8 support, pretty well for quite some time. So,
Man, wait. Yeah, that $8 support that I talked about, right? That's the one that I talked about. I had the guy in chat that was like, hey, it's not $8. I was like, what? It is $8 support.
I think I remember you said something about it. I'm just buzzing around. Yeah, of course, man. That $8 support ran for days.
Right, dude. And I talked about it, man. I talked about it a ton. And
oh, yeah.
This is what happened that day. It was this day right here. he said 8, or no, maybe it wasn't that day. Maybe it was this day right here. I was like, yeah, I'm looking at the $8 support. He was like, $8 isn't support. And then it did this thing the next day. And I was like, well, it kind of looks like $8 is the support level. But yeah, the big story of BBIG is just the short float, the massive short float here. The short float is freaking huge with this one. Like if we look up the short float, it's absolutely crazy, you know.
I actually haven't looked at the updated numbers on that short float on BBIG.
I haven't seen it in a few days. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at so I'm seeing it unavailable. Wow, so it's not even available. I have an Ortex. Let me check out Ortex. I have an Ortex subscription.
I was just about to say, jump over there.
Let me look at Ortex. I have the subscription. Okay, here it is. So BBIG. I'm showing currently BBIG, which is Venco Ventures, has a short float of 34%. And so it's down. It is down. The short interest change is up 0.29% though. But it's down. At least it's on today. So it's up 0.29% today. So it's up a little bit today. But it's down from where I looked at it before. At the same time though, when I looked at it before, I wasn't looking at actual Ortex. So I was looking at like just the stock bot on my Discord that was telling me it. But the Ortex data I'm showing for BBIG is showing an 11.7 million exchange reported short interest. Estimated short interest percentage is around 35%. Percentage of the free float on loan is about 49%. Shares on loan is about 25.7 mil. Days to cover is 0.74. Cost to borrow is 156.13, and utilization is currently 99.67. So yeah, still highly shorted stock, and I think that's the name of the game. Like this is just a short squeeze, you know, huge movement here. Do you think so you're in it? How high do you think this one's going to go?
I mean, I could see it, you know, hitting at least $11. I would love to see it rip past it. If it gets past this pre-market high of 11.47, I could see it hitting like 12.15 to 12.50s, somewhere in that range on the day. I think over the next couple of days, it could hit like 14 or something like that. I mean, it really depends. You know, are people going to buy it and hold it? You know, I mean, that really is kind of the biggest thing here. And are we going to get a lot of buy volume? I mean, are buyers going to squeeze out these shorts? I mean, 34% is still a really high short flow.
Right. Yeah, that's super high. You know, I'm actually building an app currently that is about short float and regular float and a few other things. But yeah, it's still incredibly high short float. And you know, this is obviously a squeeze here. I like $10 today, so I think I want to look to see if it holds over 10. You know, I think looking to see if it holds at 10 makes sense. Watching $10 to see if it stays there, I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, and aside from that, I mean, we got AMC moving. What do you think about the whole AMC movement?
You know, I've been pretty just avoiding AMC myself.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because, you know, I like to trade low float penny stocks, and to me, like the lower the float, the better. I mean, I trade things with like 2 million float sometimes, and I like it. I like it that way because I can get in and out in like 10 seconds, and you know, get like $1 rip sometimes. It's just crazy. But taking a look at the chart here on AMC, you know, we have this resistance level here at about 48, 40. It didn't hit 48, but just under. And we're holding support around this like 46. So, you know, hanging it up on the day at 47. I think that we could hit this this 47.95 that we hit yesterday. So I could definitely see this running up to 48 or, you know, 49, tapping 50, but I'd be hesitant at 50 because obviously that's a pretty heavy psychological level. But just in the pre, you know, we're coming up to this 47.75 level. So I definitely think that we can break this today, and I think that 48 is on the table.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it'll get really interesting if it hits over these levels, like you said too. I think, you know, we got this previous high from the last few days on AMC up at like 49 or at 48.50 right here, 48.58. So if we can break that, you know, we might be able to push towards 50. I think the biggest thing that changed me with AMC is like it's trending well. You know, like if we look at the 4-hour chart, it is trending well. You know,
it is.
It's
I was
holding
just
its
looking
gains.
at that.
Yeah, and like that's any sign of strength, regardless of the company. On a technical basis, we're just looking at whether it's holding its gains, and you know, AMC is. You know, AMC is holding its gains. That's what you want to see, and I don't know. I don't know about the future. Like I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna tread lightly when I say this. I don't know how well the company is gonna do in 10 years from now, just based off of the improvements in technology that we're gonna have in the next 10 years. You know, are people still going to go see movies like that? I don't know. You know, I don't know. But I don't know is the answer. And so we could, and I think improvements. I think movies are always going to have a place in our culture because of date nights, and you know, it's something different about going and see a movie. Like I'm a big movie buff. Like I love movies, and you know, I think people are always going to see movies. But I do think the technology is going to change to a certain extent, and I'm curious to see where that goes.
You know what I could actually see a resurgence on, and one thing that I actually think AMC could crush it at is drive-in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think we talked about that before as well. Drive-ins make a lot of sense. You know, if I was AMC, that's what I would try to do, especially during the whole COVID culture thing that we got nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And COVID culture, I mean, like I love that phrase, by the way, COVID culture.
That's what it is, you know.
It is. It shows no signs of stopping. BBIG is ripping up right now. Just ripped right back up to the VWAP. And it's looking strong. But yeah, COVID culture, it's not going away anytime soon. I mean, our leaders, quote unquote, in politics are making sure that COVID becomes part of our policies, part of our legislation, and I think that this is going to change the culture going forward forever.
Yeah, it's gonna permanently affect the culture for sure. Just in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different facets, I think.
Absolutely. And BBIG just ripped up. I'm so glad I didn't get rid of this because I was sitting down. I was like, I don't know. Should I hold this? Yeah.
Good move, man. Yeah, it's going crazy over the VWAP, which is usually a good sign of strength. Like what I usually look for with these type of moves is I look for stocks that break over VWAP and then hold on the pullback, right? So a lot of the time we'll see a big rip and then we'll see a pullback, and a lot of people are jumping in on these pullbacks. So it's like we broke over the VWAP here right around 1050. Let's see if we get a pullback to 1050 and then a hold there. I think that'll be a really good sign of strength if we can pull back to 1050 and hold. Or the other option is that it just doesn't even look back. It just hits 11, keeps heading up, breaks highs. I mean, the short float is certainly high enough in this one to where it's a possibility that the squeeze starts to happen more and more right now.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that'll be great for you regardless,
I mean, this is looking, and I don't know if I don't see that you use TTM squeeze, but TTM squeeze indicator. Have you ever heard of it?
Do they have it on? Do they have it on TOS?
Oh yeah, it's built in.
Oh man, I'm gonna add it. No, I've never seen it. I've heard about people using it. Let me see.
Oh my gosh, I love.
All right, so this is gonna be mostly not trend studies. This is gonna be.
It's just under edit studies.
Yeah, here it is. It's volatility studies. So it's TTM squeeze is right here.
Yeah.
Man, how do you use this though? So the blue, I'm assuming when it's starting to squeeze.
Yeah. So the cyan color is when it's really powerful, like really strong. And then if it switches to
what
dark,
color? Sorry.
The cyan, the light
cyan?
blue color.
Okay,
light
cool.
blue.
yeah.
That shows strength. When it switches to dark blue, that's strength kind of weaning off.
Okay.
And then obviously, red is bad, dropping down, and yellow is starting to get some strength back. Yeah, basically consolidation. So
that makes sense.
It's not something that I rely on, but it is, like any indicator. Yeah, exactly. And one thing that this helps me identify is false positives.
Right.
And false breakouts. So because there's a lot of times where it's showing that pattern and you're like, oh, this looks like a 1 minute pullback and this looks like a VWAP bounce. But then I look down at the TTM squeeze and I'm like, oh, but that looks really weak there. It's not enough. Yeah. And then if you look down at the TTM squeeze down at the bottom there and you see a green dot or a red dot, that green dot indicates strength and the red dot indicates weakness.
Okay.
So
that's dope. Where did this come from? Who built this?
I don't know who built it.
I'm assuming it's in the last few years, right?
I would think so. All the videos I found they're like a year and a half old. So they're not very old. But I love it. And I am 1 penny away from hitting my sell here.
That's dope. Hey, good trade, bro. It's making moves. I'm gonna start using this. It makes a lot of sense because a lot of trading guys okay, so the only indicator that I use to really influence my trade in a massive way is the VWAP. That's the trend, right?
Yeah.
But even with the VWAP, I still don't put all my eggs in one basket. Like we said earlier, it's about factoring everything together to make an educated decision on the direction. Right. So it's you're not going to just rely on this indicator or the VWAP. You're going to use all of the information you have from these indicators, combine them together to give a thesis and then play off of that thesis. Right. That's all you're really trying to do. And I might add this to my playbook.
I only use a couple of indicators and but those indicators they factor in every time I'm making trades. I use the TTM squeeze. I use the volume weighted average price. I use the 1226 crossover that's I learned on this channel right
that's
here.
A good one too. That's I don't trade it as much anymore, but that's a really good reversal indicator, right? The 1226, if a stock opens up really low and then hits that crossover, it's usually pretty reliable for sure.
And then I added my own little signature move to the 1226 crossover, which is adding the 35 EMA to it. And with the 35 EMA on the 1226 crossover, it helps me measure the strength of the move on the 1226. The way that I do that is basically if the 35 is above the 26, it's showing that there's still room left in the movement. And once the 35 drops below the 26, that's when we're starting to see the consolidation start to happen. But the stock is still moving up. So it's a good indicator to get out, take profit.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's that. I don't worry about those too much just because I'm a scalper, very quick short-term trades. But the logic makes sense there. Wow, BBIG, man.
I know. Oh my gosh. I took my profit, but
okay. But it's still good.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, maybe it should have held a little bit more. But it's hindsight trading is so bad for you.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I see the Full Energy channel said the Full Energy channel, there's a few things. I've been seeing your comments here. Okay, so it really depends, man. It depends. So if you got into one trade, made $5 and then got out and your commission was $50, that seems pretty high, right? But if you traded a million, if you traded 10 times and then ended green with $5, then a $50 commission is pretty reasonable, to be honest. That's $5 to trade. And so it really depends on how much you traded. It's not the broker's fault if you trade a ton and then only in green. And that's going to happen. Just like sometimes you're going to end red and, you're going to get charged commissions even though you're red. So it's not about what the end result is. It's not about how much you're up or down. It's about how much you're trading and what kind of sizing you're using, right? If you use 5,000 shares to make $5, if that's even possible. But just as an example, if you use 5,000 shares to make $5, then $50 in commission, that's kind of reasonable. But if you only traded once, then $50 is unreasonable. So it really depends on how much you're trading, bro. If you traded a bunch, that's not on the broker, that's on you, and sometimes that's going to happen where your commissions are going to overpower it. But yeah, so here's BBIG finally starting to pull back. At 1180s now, so let's see if it holds. Usually this pullback is an interesting one that gets balled up, usually the first pullback.
Yeah, this pullback looks like a good one right here.
Yeah. it's usually a pretty good sign when they pull back like this right after a crossover the VWAP. But what the full energy channel was asking is, does anybody have any recommendations for brokers that are overseas? But again, I mean, any overseas broker, if you trade 10 to 15 times, you're going to get charged a bunch of commissions for it. That's just kind of how it goes. It's not about how much you make. Again, it's about how many trades you got in. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said SPRT is ripping.
Is it really? I see CLEU as well. And yeah, SPRT just popped right back up. It's at 20.6s now for SPRT. So
yeah, and I saw the CLEU rip earlier today. Let's take a look at it here. Oh yeah, that is a nice rip on CLEU. Yeah, but you know the volume on CLEU is kind of low though. It's like you get these like one big volume spikes and then it just like dies off. So I don't know about the volume profile on it.
Right, exactly. It's it's always tough to tell. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They're always tough to tell, but let's see if we find something good. You know, I'll head the boat. My daughter's here about that.
The SPRT rip is pretty nice there. Look at that 29 to 20.
Yeah, I'm adding that to my. I'm adding that to my profile. All right, you going to school? All right, love you. Love you. Have a good day.
Chinese insider trading on CLU, says Robert Cook.
Yeah, hold on, sweet. All right. Sorry, my daughter was talking to me. She said she heard me talking about Roblox this morning, about how they don't play Roblox anymore. I'm using that to influence my stock decision on Roblox. But no, SPRT, pop it up. You know, this is a big move. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I was just drawing some levels out on it.
Yeah, and I think this one has a pretty high short flow too. Let me look it up. I think this was a short squeeze as well. Yeah, this is support.com. No, this one's not super high short float. It's got a high utility rate. Oh no, this one is. This is the super high one.
Wow,
so this one has
41%.
I'm showing 82%.
Oh my gosh, for real?
82% on SPRT. That is ridiculously
high. Are you on Ortex?
This is on Ortex. Its estimated short interest percentage of the free float is 82%.
Ortex needs an affiliate program, dude.
Yeah, they do. I thought about that, but the percentage of free float on loan even is 70%. It's 69. So, wow,
that's incredible. That's such a huge short float.
Yeah, this is really a squeeze more than any of these other ones, probably. You know.
Yeah. Wow, that is. Now I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh. So this thing got squeezed up, a couple weeks ago, up to $59. So,
it's got potential.
Could we see that kind of movement again? Who knows?
I don't know. I don't like it. And I know we're going to get some hate for this, but I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is because it's so volatile. I'm scared to trade this thing. I could buy 10 shares and destroy my account with this thing. It's so volatile. It went up to $60 and now it's back 6 days later. It's back at less than $20 after getting up to 60. And so in terms of whether it's holding its gains, it's still holding some of its gains. I mean, I guess when you start off at $8, holding at 20 is good, but it's still not the strongest looking chart, I guess. But we'll see.
Yeah, this is get in, get out,
right.
Scalp it. This would be definitely for somebody who has a margin account, who has that instant settlement, where you can just, trade it, get in, take 10 cents, 15 cents, whatever, and just get in, get out.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a few ways you could approach it. I think you could scalp it, and I think that there's less risk there, obviously, but I think that there's going to be a certain amount of traders that see this one as big risk, big reward, so you buy these dips. If the short float is really that high, then it could have a really parabolic squeeze like GameStop or AMC. And so with that said, I think it's you could either lose all your money or win huge. So as long as that's an appropriate risk to take, it is what it is. Yes, back 82% short float, bro. Crazy high, dude.
That's insane, man. And with what's the float on this thing?
The float is
9 million, 15 million. Yeah. I got 9 and 15.
Yeah, that's very small, especially considering that short float. Very small. Yeah, I'm showing 9.2.
Okay.
Yes, I did SPAC. Yeah, hey, 82% short float, bro, is what I'm showing. I'm showing 82.01% short float. Just to show you. %. You know,
that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I started going deep on Ortex, man. They have so much data there. It's crazy.
Right. It really is great. I started using it back in the GameStop days, and I kind of keep using it. All two, that'd be good. 82. Yeah, 82. I'm in. Hey, good luck, guys. I should have been paying attention to this one. I think this one just lost some steam over the last few days. Thank you guys for the donations. I know we got a $20 donation right off the bat. SPAC, thank you for that $2, sir. Appreciate the love, man, of course. What do we think the support line? Yeah.
Oh, I was just checking. BBIG is up at 11.25.
What? Really?
Yep.
Oh, wow. So that pullback was solid, man. I got to start taking my own advice, man. I got to start taking my own advice. I've talked about it before. I'm not the best pre-market trader, but like, listen, guys, if y'all want to really, like, it seems to be profitable. Of course, I'm going to preface this with like, look, as always, I can't guarantee you're going to make money with this strategy. You might lose a bunch of money, purely subjective opinion. But with that said, one of my favorite pre-market strategies, guys, is this, right? You look for a stock that has a lot of volume, but is quiet in pre-market. And you look for that stock to rip over the VWAP, and you look for the volume just to show up. Like, you look for the volume to come in. You can see in pre-market, which typically has anywhere between like 50 to 60,000 shares traded per minute. BBIG in pre-market had over 1 million on average shares traded per minute. And so waiting for the stock to do this here, which is wait for the stock to have volume show up like this. Like, here's the volume showing up. Wait for that volume to show up like this, and simultaneously crossing over the VWAP, buying this little pullback here, buying that first red candle pullback, and then scalping that bounce is super profitable for me, at least. Now, again, we'll see what happens, but yeah, certainly one of the profitable strategies. Now, I think next here, we just got to look at these highs up here. These highs up here at, at 11s, 1150s. Those look interesting too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I think if it gets over this 1147 pre-market, we could see 12.
Sure.
I think it's a reasonable estimate. That's not too far fetched.
Right. Yeah, I see BBIG 15 to 16. Realistically, don't scalp. BBIG is running today from Will Mead tweet. Beware. Will Mead. Let's check this out.
Yeah, I did see that was the catalyst on it. Was a Will Mead tweet. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I have no idea. So he's a former hedge fund manager, educated at the University of Chicago in John Hopkins. Email info, stats fund. He said BBIG proxy just dropped. Let the short squeeze begin. Yeah, that's what happened. And that was exactly right. So 16 minutes ago, Will Mead made a Twitter tweet that said BBIG proxy just dropped. Let the short squeeze begin. And let's see what this is all about here. It links to the
proxy.
Yeah, it links to a file for BBIG about the 2021 annual proxy showing how much shares outstanding, shares to be issued. It's got about 80 million outstanding shares, 127 million in cash, 120 million debt from the Lomo acquisition.
So educate me, since I'm coming from the crypto world. What is a proxy? Is it basically just like a financial statement?
If I'm being completely honest, I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm just looking at it right now. Like I said, you guys know me. I'm not a long-term trader, so I'm a short-term scalper. So I have no need to know what a proxy is, and I'm looking it up now. Maybe somebody in the chat can help us out, but I'm looking it up now. So analysts take a group of stocks in a particular class and combine their performances into an index, also called a proxy for those stocks. The proxy acts as a bit like a thermometer measuring the health of the companies within a group or sector is what that is. So I guess that's what a proxy is. Again, you guys know me. I'm honest. I had no idea what a proxy was, but it seems interesting. But how is this file? What he just sent me a proxy? Like, let me see. Let me see. And again, the chat, like, this is usually like squeezes. So let me see where it went. Let me find his tweet again and find where'd it go? There it is. Okay, so this basically just looks like a file of a lot of the fundamental data.
Speculous words. Will Meade is the man. Legend.
Yeah.
So
seems like he knows what he's talking about. Anticipated key dates. September 15th is the record date for the proxy. September 8th, which is today, is the preliminary proxy. Yeah, but what does that mean, though, guys? So I'm reading this now. This just looks like a hype PDF, like a PDF hyping up the companies is what this looks like. So I don't know. Chat, educate me, because I'm not an investor. I mean, I invest, but I don't know what, I don't know what any of this means. Proxy tells you how and okay, so a proxy tells you how and who runs a company, the direction the company will be taking. So it's kind of like guidance, or no, guidance is more about numbers.
It sounds like it's almost like the vision of the company,
right?
Like how they're going to allocate their funds, what they plan to do, what their whole intention is, all that kind of thing. So
okay, yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of definitions.
Yeah.
I'm seeing proxy is an agent legally authorized to act on behalf of another party or a format that allows an investor to vote without being physically present at the meeting. Shareholders not attending a company's annual general meeting will vote their shares by proxy by allowing someone else. How many investors of proxy are there? Okay, here's one. What is a proxy in the stock market? And this is from Sapling. Proxies take the temperature of the market, right? So it's basically taking the temperature of BBIG is what what the annual proxy is doing. A market proxy is a broad representation. Why we use proxies, investing in the market. So yeah, it's just a broad representation of the company and their vision, like you said, is basically what it is. And again, if you guys want to see, this is the guy that posted it. So if you guys want to see what I'm talking about, here's the link. There's his Twitter. Be sure to follow us on Twitter as well. It's at Beginner Trades on Twitter.
SPRT bouncing off of 21.
But you have a Twitter too, Joel?
No. Well, I mean, I have one. I set it up in like 2008 or something.
Yeah. You should drop an NFT for your first tweet ever,
Right. Yeah. I think my first tweet ever is like, I'm on Twitter.
Yeah. So, hey, that's a good one. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. If you ever become famous, you could sell it as an NFT like Jack Dorsey did.
No, I used Facebook for years, and now I don't use any socials. I'm pretty much just switching over to YouTube. Everything over to YouTube, honestly.
That makes sense.
So SPRT is bouncing off that 21, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, look at BBIG. It looks like it's about to test these highs here.
Yeah, I was just clicking back to that.
Yeah. So SPRT does as well. I got a 5-minute chart up. Let me look at a 1-minute chart. So yeah, SPRT just broke highs. It's up to 2150s, guys. So 2150 high break for SPRT. Making nice moves here. BBIG up to 1120s, looking solid here as well. Offerings and splits. 23 before open. Yeah, for SPRT. Yeah, I just ripped past 23 too. It's at 23, or it's at 2180s. My bad. 2180s. I don't know about 23s yet. 23s no, but
yeah,
I can prove it. Oh wait, so we got okay, so we got some arguments about Meade here. So Fishing is saying, I don't ignore him speculate. He pumps and dumps. I love that, which is why I short his scam calls. And then I can prove it. He tweeted yesterday at 3 p.m. about his position in BBIG, a front loader. And then it runs to 11.43 in after hours. I shorted it, covered for a nice game. Uh-oh, we've got a conspiracy here. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's tough to tell. It's tough to tell whether he's pumping it himself or whether he's just bullish in it and front loading onto it. You know what I mean? No, we'll see. You know,
my own thoughts when it comes to trading is that I'm not holding these positions. You know, I'm in and I'm out, and I'm taking my profit. And you know, I mean, I've been trading stocks now for about a year and a half, so I've done crypto a lot longer. But
yeah,
just in that year and a half, I mean, you know, I've been able to become profitable. So
nice.
And I think that, you know, following that type of strategy where you're not getting, you know, as you put it, fanboying stocks, I think keeping that in mind and keeping that mentality has helped me cut losers, and it's helped me take profit when necessary. So
yeah, man, it's tough, dude, with the current culture. I was talking to my wife about it, Carol, yesterday. Like, my channel does great. And like I said, this channel earns me 6 figures for sure, right? Yeah. And so I'm very blessed to have this channel. I'm not complaining here at all. But if I shilled really hard for one of these penny stocks that has these huge followings, or for like AMC or for GameStop, my channel could get so much bigger so quickly, right? But it's like I don't, because I don't fanboy any stock. I don't care enough about any company. Like I don't care about any company, especially a company like, you know, I'm not even gonna say it. I don't care enough about any company to fanboy a stock like that. Like I don't get emotionally invested into any company enough to fanboy a stock like that, because I want to retain my objectivity. Like I'm not trying to just lose all my money because I fanboy a stock. And again, my channel could grow so much faster if I did. Like if I shilled really hard for one stock, I could grow way faster. But I don't, because I don't think that culture is necessarily good for the stock market. I think that part of the stock market is staying objective and understanding like what's good and bad about specific companies, and you know, managing risk, keeping your stop losses. Like I think those are all reasonable things in the stock market. And so the culture of just embracing one company and trying to just pump that company up, and anytime anybody says anything negative about that company, you just attack them, is crazy to me. And it's not long-term profitable. Like a lot of the people that you see doing that, you know, you see YouTubers spring up, right? And these YouTubers are just fanboying specific stocks. They're just going really hard on one specific stock, and they've got all the people that are bag holding those stocks basically shilling for them, and they're all just kind of patting each other on the back, right? But when those companies fail and they don't succeed, they usually just transition to another fanboy stock, and you don't even realize it, and nobody ever says anything about it. And so it's just one of those cultures in the current stock market where it's just, I just kind of see it. I'm just kind of like, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, you know, that culture is preying more or less on
for sure
on building that sort of that cult behind that stock. And if you're shilling anything, if you're shilling any sort of company, I mean, yes, you yourself as the YouTuber, you know, you may be making profit off of it, but you're making that profit at the price of your integrity. And I think that I think that to me, there's no dollar amount would ever be worth my integrity.
Right.
And
sure.
so you know, instead I learn technical analysis and learn trading. You know, how to get into something that I'm not pumping and still pull out money.
Right. Exactly. And a lot of what's even more unfortunate is that a lot of the stocks that people are fanboying are just terrible companies, man. These are just bad companies, bro. You know what I mean? And like you get people shilling so hard for these like penny stocks, and it's just kind of like, bro, like sure, you might agree with the technology, but like, should you fanboy that stock and just pump that stock up and act like it's the next Amazon? No. Like 90% of these stocks are going to fail, you know, and sure, maybe 1 out of 10 succeed, but it's like putting all your eggs in one penny stock basket is a losing long-term endeavor usually. Like you can invest in penny stocks, but you got to invest it in terms of like, okay, well, if I'm going to invest in this company, I'm only going to invest what I'm willing to lose. And if I lose, no biggie. But if I win big, because, you know, it's unlikely to happen, and I can get in early, right? But again, the current stock market is not really like that. Like, there's just a lot of people patting each other on the back with specific stocks, and those channels are growing fast. Like, if you fanboy AMC right now, dude, you can grow fast. You fanboy any of these big names, everybody's going bet. You can grow fast because they're basically just telling people what they want to hear. Like, the biggest videos in the stock market nowadays are videos saying AMC is going to make you rich. You know what I mean? Like, those are the biggest videos in the stock market. And it's like, I don't agree with that, man. I'm not agreeing. Like, AMC might make you rich, but I don't agree with saying it like it's fact. I think it's all about probabilities, and we never know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. And the same goes for cryptos. I mean, I know that you haven't been around the crypto world that long, but over the last 8 years that I've been in crypto, I've seen so many ICOs and so many coins be pumped and just vanish. I've seen. I can't even. I mean, I can name them, but I don't really want to.
Yeah, you're gonna get flack if you name them.
Right, of course. But I've seen so many of them that literally have popped up, pulled millions or sometimes even billions out of investors, only to not only be delisted from all the exchanges, but literally vanish and have their website just be gone.
Right, and they just ride off into the sunset with everybody's money.
Exactly. And I've seen it so many times, and I personally have been burned by it as well. Which is one of the things that led me to start learning how to actually trade instead of, I started out like a lot of people buying calls, with like reading Bitcoin forums and stuff like that, and hearing about the next ICO, the next crypto, and seeing them being advertised on all these crypto websites that I was frequenting at the time. So that to me taught me a lot. So when I actually got into stocks, I kind of already had that wisdom
mentality
and experience behind that to not be like, okay, I'm not just gonna fanboy something and just buy it because some well-branded person tells me to.
Right, for sure. And part of me might be unreasonable about it too. Like I think some of it is fine. I just think that I think the culture of attacking anybody that is skeptical of a specific stock is bad. Right. Like I think we should be allowed to freely express our opinions without people, just trying to ruin our lives because they're so emotional. They're so emotional about their current position that anytime anybody says anything negative, they just freak out. Right. That's the part of that. That's the hardest part of accepting that for me. It's just kind of like, okay, it's censorship is really what it is. But it's like,
sure,
it is what it is.
You guys seen anything moving?
I see BBIG, of course, is bouncing a little bit. It's still testing lows, and I think this bounce is really nice because it confirms this level here, this 1080 level. I think looking at that makes a lot of sense, and seeing if it holds that previous low here, right around the VWAP. Usually, my favorite support levels for these stocks are right around the VWAP, right? So we have this level here in between, like 1080 and 1090 that is right around the VWAP. It's right around a previous confirmed level here, and so I'm watching that for BBIG to see if we hold over that. And then there's also like the whole dollar of 11 that I think looks good.
Absolutely. CLEU is falling back down quite a bit, actually. SPRT still holding above the VWAP.
CLEU just gave it all back, and I'm still using this indicator, this TTM squeeze. The other one I was looking at is AEI. I was watching pretty closely today. But SPRT is dipping back down here, and this is the one with the crazy high short float, and so I can kind of see this. So it's light blue on the way up, and it's dark blue on the way down. So the backside moves are dark blue.
Exactly.
And the front side moves are light blue. The front side strength is light blue.
Correct. Yeah. And then it's more accurate on a 5-minute chart. Essentially, the longer the chart, the more accurate it becomes. But I use it on the 1-minute chart, and I find it pretty effective. So
you know what You know what else I noticed here is that this is mostly basing it off of the VWAP, right? So, right. So if we look at this, when the stock is below the VWAP, it's red or yellow. You know, when the stock is, which again, you know, if you're wondering how to use the VWAP, that's exactly what the VWAP is telling you is the sentiment. When a stock is below the VWAP, it's in a bearish sentiment. When it's above the VWAP, it's in a bullish sentiment. And so if we look at SPRT here, like at the open yesterday, it was blue because it was maintaining over the VWAP. Once it breaks underneath the VWAP, it turns red. So it's basically the same thing. It's just it's kind of a more visual view.
Kind of a visual view. And if you look where it started to come up above the VWAP and kind of zoom in there, you can see that, you know, before it became like, while it's still below it, you can see that it starts to show the indicator showing that it's going to go up. Right. So, you know,
yeah, for sure.
I like it because it helps me sort of measure strength, and it also is affected by volume as well.
Right.
So the larger ones have more volume, etc.
Yeah. So for sure, it looks interesting for sure. I'll probably leave it up on my chart and keep using it. And so yeah, so BBIG guys, SPRT, interesting, all interesting. I know we have KDMN, which is an acquisition. Fubo. Aside from that, I don't see much.
I'm not seeing a whole lot going on. I mean, it's basically kind of those. I'm checking out the meme stocks right now and see what's going on with that.
Yeah, we got AMC. AMC's consolidating this morning. BlackBerry. What's the other meme stocks? What do they even consider meme stocks nowadays? I thought like I'm looking at MMAT and I'm holding MMAT, but it's mostly sideways today.
Yeah, I'm basically just checking out Ape Wisdom.
Yeah. See what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we talking about today? What's going on? You know?
Yeah, let me see.
What has the most mentions?
Clove, CLOV.
Yeah.
So Clove is the most talked about meme stock today. Clove and then the SPY is just what everybody's talking about. GameStop. Oh, GameStop has earnings today, is what it is. When is the earnings supposed to drop? Is it?
Dude, I don't know, man. I follow whatever news I get from Thinkorswim.
Yeah. So GameStop earnings, they're expected to show a loss. So they're expecting a minus 0.41 cents per share, I'm assuming, for the second quarter EPS. Let me look at the street and see what they're saying here. I'm just trying to see do you guys know when the earnings are supposed to drop? Is it supposed to be before? Is it in pre-market or after hours? I'm assuming it's in after hours, but I guess it could be in pre. Game after close. Okay, thank you, Jack. Yeah, that's what I figured. BlackBerry, a meme stock. Haven't looked at it.
Clove is dropping down quite a bit.
Yeah, so everybody's saying it's in after hours. Yeah, Clove is another one of those stocks that, you know, I don't know enough about the company, but it has one of those really big followings from a lot of people that are mostly bag holding it. You know, no offense to everybody, but, you know, if we look at the long-term chart, a lot of people got stuck here. You know, if we look at the chart on a daily chart back in, June? Yeah, back in June, it went up to almost $30 a share. And then it immediately dropped from literally $28.85 all the way down to $16 in a day. And then the next day it dropped all the way back down to $14. And so, you know, during this whole move here, you got a lot of people that are just bag holding this thing. Like a lot of people just got stuck.
Bottom at the top.
You know, right. And what happens is like people get stuck. And if you want to know why these communities sprout up, guys, this is it. People get stuck. And then they want somebody to tell them it's going to come back. They want confirmation bias. So a lot of people get stuck, and then they want somebody saying, oh, yeah, Clove is going to be a $50 stock one day. You know, and so then they hold on to their losses, and they follow those fanboy channels in hopes of the stock one day breaking back up. But the reality is it could happen, but it might not. Let me look at the short information here, too.
Bro, check out Algorand. It's up 33% on the day.
Algorand, what's the symbol?
It's a crypto. It's ALGO.
Oh yeah. I'm holding Algorand. I don't know why I said that.
It's up to $1.69, and I'm holding a lot of Algorand. This is actually one I'm really bullish on.
I'm holding some too. Let me sign in on my regular Kraken profile.
Also, BBIG is testing that 1125 area again. But Algorand looks really good. The chart looks awesome too.
Yeah, let me see. I'm signing in now. If it'll let me. There we go. Yeah, so I guess the question, and I did a poll the other day about Bitcoin. Like, do you think Bitcoin's going to get back over 50K this week, or do you think it's going to maintain underneath it?
I don't know if it'll happen this week, but I do think it'll happen sometime in the next 10 days.
Okay. Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm holding Algorand as well.
Yeah, Algorand is
70 cents.
Yeah, which is I think that's all-time highs. I'm gonna check and make sure.
Let me check too. Yes. So all-time. So I don't know if it's over it yet. All-time high is at 172. It is currently at 171, and so it's right at the all-time highs. Oh no, all-time highs at 186. My bad.
I see 216, but that's on its ICO day, so that doesn't really count.
Yeah, this is the chart I see currently for it. It doesn't look bad, It looks good right now.
Well, Algorand's a proof of stake, and one thing I really like about it is that just by holding it like at Coinbase or something like that, you just get paid interest just to hold it.
Right.
Which is awesome,
Right.
And the more people that. Yeah, exactly. And you get paid every day, which is awesome too.
And it's kind of like the equivalent of like dividends in the stock market, right? So it's like if you're looking for stocks like that are going to pay you just for holding it, or if you're looking for cryptos that are going to pay you just for holding it, ideally you want to find crypto. Like if you're looking for dividend paying stocks, right? Ideally you want to find dividend paying stocks that you also think are going to go up over the next, however long you plan on holding it. And so with crypto stocks like this, it's like you want to find cryptos like Algorand that are going to go up, but they're also going to pay you to hold it as well. So you profit kind of on both sides, on both ends.
Exactly. And I've been a big fan of proof of stake, and actually, John, this is something that you might be interested in. If you can become a node of a proof of stake coin, oh my gosh, dude, you need about 25 grand to do it. And it's pretty awesome. And basically you hold a large amount of it, but becoming a node, you're kind of like a relay point for that transaction. So you can collect transaction fees. And so you can, you get paid the interest for holding it, but you also are providing liquidity basically for the market to be able to use you as a relay point for all those things. So
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Are there any other requirements to get set up for that?
You have to have a stable computer.
Okay.
So
I'd have to buy another computer probably just for that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably. But that's kind of it. It doesn't need to be something super powerful. But it is pretty. It's a pretty interesting proposition there. I'm also holding Cosmos crypto, which is also one that pays you 5% or so.
I'll have to look into some of those.
Yeah, they're just kind of nice just to have and hold. But as far as what's going on in the crypto world, Algorand is popping up quite a bit. USDC, which is the thing we talked about. TUSD. Okay, so this is one thing. I don't know that we've ever talked about this. I know I've mentioned it to you before, but when Bitcoin drops, I'm always trading TUSD. And the reason why is because
is it a currency?
It's TUSD is it's a crypto. It's basically like USDT. It's TUSD.
It's not on Kraken.
It's on Bittrex, but it's like USDT. And when Bitcoin drops, it goes up. Okay. And so they trade opposite of each other. So every time Bitcoin goes up, TUSD goes down. And I've made 20% trades on those things just in a single day. Just when Bitcoin's dropping, it's like buy Tesla.
Hedge. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you just hedge with that and scalp Tesla all day, and
Right.
so it's
Tesla right here, guys. Yeah, so it's moving up nice. It's cheap too, so you can get a bunch, but
it is. Yeah,
I'll have to check it out. And you said you make how much? Wait, this is one that just moves the opposite of Bitcoin, right?
Exactly. So Bitcoin goes up, it goes down. Bitcoin goes down, it goes up, and it's like clockwork. So it's like you trading AMD.
Right.
You know,
yeah, it's guaranteed.
Yeah,
that's what AMD, man. People like. Everybody always asks me why I trade AMD. It's because I literally make most of my money just scalping AMD, and it works. It brings big percentages in. And what I've been doing is I've just been taking I've got a $30,000 account now, and I've kind of built my system up to where every month I just take away 1,000. Because I don't need more than that, right? So I just 30,000. I make $1,000 in a month. I take the $1,000 out. I bring my account back down to 30K, and then it's just rinse and repeat as much as I can. So I see Lively asking about BBIG Ortex. We can look at it. I think we already looked at it once. Let me find it. Okay, so here's BBIG. Yeah, BBIG has high numbers. It's not as high as you would think. I mean, it's high. Don't get me wrong. BBIG currently has 35% short float. Percentage of free float on loan is 49. Shares on loan is 25 million. Days to cover is 0.74. Cost to borrow is 156. I'm seeing today's change in BBIG's numbers. Man, my mouse is all messed up. I see today's change in BBIG's numbers are plus 2.46% short interest. So more short float interest, larger float, about 2.5% increase in short float. And so, yeah, still very high squeeze numbers there for BBIG. So if we look at BBIG, those numbers are still pretty high for a squeeze. And, is it SPRT? No, but it's still pretty big. And SPRT, now we're talking about that. It just broke underneath the VWAP. It's testing that $21 now.
AEI is popping back up over the VWAP.
Okay. That's not one too bad. We have the catalyst here for that one, which is...
I think they get a $15 million investment.
Yeah, so they announced the completion of $15 million in subscription, a $15 million subscription agreement. Yeah, like you said, with Document Security Systems. The other one is IGC, and that's a cannabis stock as well, but it kind of faded back down. It's not super interesting anymore.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got.
I wonder what the chat's watching.
Yeah, chat. What are you watching today? Let's ask them. I'll put my list up, guys. Let's see your list in the chat. So my list. Let's see. We have BBIG, SPRT are probably number 1 and 2. AMC is on the list. We're gonna watch GameStop just for volatility before earnings. AEI is interesting. I think that's about it. I mean, I don't really have much else on watch. Oh, CLOB, just because Wall Street Bet's interest. And then the other one I looked at was GANX. But so we'll watch GANX as well. So yeah, that's my main watch list right now, guys.
Yeah, there's not a lot today, man.
Yeah, today's one of those days where it's we've got some movement, but it's only in a few. It's only in 1 or 2 stocks. Like BBIG and SPRT are kind of taking everybody's money and attention away from everything else, right? So
yeah, for sure.
BBIG, everybody's trading it, and so they don't have money to trade everything other petty stock in the on the books. So I see everybody dropping their lists here. We got BBIG, AEI, CLEU. BBIG, scalping AEI, Tesla and AMC, BBIG and SPRT, Tesla and Airbnb, VIH, Excella, MMAT and BBIG, JANX, Any crypto related stock. I'm sure it tanked yesterday. Yeah, it did. It's back up a little bit though.
I'm gonna pop that on my crypto stocks and see what's up.
Yeah, Mara Ryan, I'm sure probably went down big yesterday. Yeah.
Checking the.
I've had somebody mention BITF a few times here. Bitfarms, I'm guessing a mining company. And then the other one is HUT, H-U-T, HUT Mining. Super interesting stock as well. Today practice for me. Slow day, not favorable. Yeah, good luck to you as well, IG. Johnson & Johnson may go down. Yeah, my copy traders lost some money. We had somebody ask, but I figured out the right way to do it. And just to show you guys again with my copy trading, Joel, have you got started with copy trading? I forgot to ask you.
So it just got approved on Monday. I have to do a $500 deposit to be able to start. So I'm doing that later today. And then I should be able to start copy trading probably by tomorrow.
Right.
So really looking forward to that because I just think that'll be a lot of fun because trading crypto is honestly it's really easy.
Right.
So it's one thing I really like about crypto is that it's just how predictable it is.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It's just it's less diluted than regular stocks. You know what I mean? The emotions are so much more natural and pure is the best way I can describe it. But what I did with my copy trading is like I took Bill lost a bunch of money, so I would not recommend anybody use Bill in copy trading. He's losing big percentages. But what I started to do, guys, like I showed you before, is I started to look into the copy traders a little bit more, and I'm only following traders like I'm following this guy. I'm only following traders that are not holding on to massive losses. So it's like you can see this guy, even during the crash yesterday, he still made money. He was shorting Bitcoin and going long. And so he's taking both sides. And so I've got him set up, with a 70% stop loss with $150 max, right? So I'm giving him very small sums of money, but I'm giving him a larger stop loss. But I think you have to analyze the individual traders, right? The other guy I'm copying is Sky here. And this guy's a scalper, right? So if we look at his trades, he's scalping tiny percentages, which is what I like. Like that's what I would prefer. He's not holding on to any big losses. He's scalping tiny percentages, and he's made me money as well. And so I think if you look at traders like Bill here, this is the problem, is that some traders like Bill are so desperate to maintain their super high accuracy rate that they're never cutting their losses, right? And so it's like if you look at them, they're sitting on to these massive bags here. Look at all these losses. They're refusing to exit because if they exit, it's going to drag his accuracy rate down. And so unfortunately, Bill is more worried about his accuracy rate as opposed to actually earning the people that he's trading for money. And so what I do to test these traders out is that instead of just blindly following him, again, I go to them. I look at, number one, if they're holding on to any bags. Like I look to see if they're stuck at any huge percentage down trades. And then number two is I look to see if they're going both directions. And then when I set a stop loss for these guys, right, I'm giving them a big stop loss, but I'm also giving them a maximum. It's a big stop loss, but it's a small sum of money, $150 maximum, 0.2 ratio. And so that's what I'm doing. And that's how you're ultimately able to protect themselves. I opened up a new account just because the losses were big. And I want to see, like, I'm trying to do a challenge to see what the best route is, right? And so, we opened up a new account and these guys have made me money. They haven't lost yet. And again, the cool thing is that they're taking small percentages, which I like. But it's all an experiment. And again, I'm kind of y'all's guinea pig with copy trading. You know what I mean? You could copy my trades, Altuve, but I don't know if you want to, bro. I'm not the best short-term copy trader, dude. Like I'm the reason I'm using copy trading is because I'm not the best, short-term copy trader. You know what I mean? But if y'all want to check out BitGet, they are a sponsor of the channel. It's a great way to help support the channel. Right. What I do, Sam, he said many copy traders never close their losing trades. This way their win rate stays at 100%, right? And that's exactly my point. Like, I'm personally not going to use anybody with 100% accuracy rate. And the big thing is, like, I'm just checking them out to see how profitable they are, basically. Number one, I don't want them holding bags. Number two is if their accuracy rate is super high, I'm skeptical when I look to see if they're holding on to anything. And you always set a stop loss as number three. Even if your stop loss is 100% and you give them a small amount of money, that's still safer than not setting a stop loss, right? Because if you don't set a stop loss, when big drops like yesterday happen, you could lose 1,000%, which some of the traders did. Yeah, it's not just Bill. Many 100% copy traders have those lingering huge losing trades because they use $1 or less of their own money. Yeah, exactly. So they don't care, right? That's the difference. So you basically, if you see 100%, I would be skeptical,
So are you also a copy trader? Did you become a copy trader?
No, I haven't even tried. I don't know if I'm profitable enough to being completely honest. Like, I just don't know if I'm a good enough short term. Like, if I could do it with stocks, I would do it in a heartbeat. With stocks, it makes a ton of sense because I'm just really consistent with the stock market. Like, even if I'm only making 30, 40, 50, $100 a day, my stock market gains are pretty legit. They're pretty consistent. Crypto, most of my gains are long term. So like when I make money in crypto, I'm buying tokens and I'm just holding. But with short-term crypto trading, I don't know if I'm good enough at it. It's something I'm trying to learn currently.
Okay, John. So check out BBIG and then look at the TTM squeeze. I wanted to point this part out to you. Okay, so you can see that it's above the view app, right? And you can see that we got the cyan, the light blue, followed by the dark blue, and then back to light blue. But do you see the red dots underneath the light blue and dark blue?
Right.
That's indicating that, even though we're seeing this go up, that's indicating that this could be a false breakout.
Okay, like risk. Okay, so that's what it's also good for, I guess. It's just predicting false breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So that's one reason I really like it because, when I see a chart pattern setting up, but I'm like a little unsure of it, I can sometimes look down there and see if it's green or red, and that gives me a little bit more information on whether or not, hey, volume is actually coming into this thing. There is people who are going to be buying this, so there is more potential here with a green versus a red. So it's not 100% accurate, and obviously no indicator is, but that's just something that I wanted to point out to you because I think that it's valuable in using this particular indicator.
Right, and it makes sense, and it's something that I'll probably leave on my screen because it kind of trades how I trade, right? I use the VWAP to identify the sentiment, and then you look for a few other things, but this thing is helpful. I can see how people would use this thing, so we might have a video coming soon on it if you want to be a guest on that video, Joel. It's the TTM squeeze indicator, Elise. TTM squeeze here. I'll type.
There is also you can also set up a the Thinkorswim scans. You can set up a TTM squeeze indicator, and it's kind of similar to a momentum scanner.
Okay. Interesting.
Because obviously, it's no Benzinga, but
yeah, for sure.
But it's helpful.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. So we got this is my list here. We got a few people telling us it's a 20-minute warning. We'll see what happens today. Yesterday I wasn't a fan of the movement yesterday. If we look at like my main staple of like what I look for is like AMD, right? If we look at AMD, it was just choppy yesterday. There were no real good movements here. Luckily I was able to end green, but it was like a $30 win, and we got out before we really gave too much back to the market. We'll see what the SPY does here. We'll see how volatile the SPY is. I know yesterday we had a small red day, and then today we dropped pretty big in pre-market and then came all the way back. And so right now I'm just seeing indecision in the overall market.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, we've been testing highs for the last few, weeks now. And so we're not just going to go straight up, of course.
Have you been following any of Michael Burry's short on everything?
No, but I've heard about it. So I like Michael Burry, but I also, what's the best way to explain it? Okay, so I think that as you get older, sometimes you're more pessimistic about things you shouldn't be. And so I think, like, I know he's super against crypto. He thinks the market's going to crash, and I don't know if he's right or not. I've heard a lot about it though.
Yeah. I think if there's any one bet that I wouldn't bet against, it's crypto.
Right.
That is like the one thing I just would not bet against, because everybody who has bet against it in the last decade continues to be wrong.
Right. And that was me, in the beginning, man. I did not like Bitcoin in the beginning at all. I thought that it was just made up money, created out of thin air, and it kind of is, but
it is.
The difference is that you have to understand is that it's not really made up money. It's a technology. Like, that's the big difference. Like, that's what overcame my skepticism. It's like, okay, well, you look at Bitcoin and you think, oh, well, this is just fake money. It's not fake money. It's actually a technology that you're betting on. And you're betting on it is similar to how you would invest in stocks, right? You're betting on that technology's future, and you could be wrong, of course. But like, overall, the stock market's going to continue to go on, just like the crypto market's going to continue to go on, regardless of whether a specific token succeeds or not.
Exactly. And I think that when it comes to sure you're about to have a sell order at the bell. I think that when it comes to certain cryptos, just like any stock, you have to do your due diligence. You have to figure out, is this a real company? And if it is a real company, what are they doing that's different than the other cryptos? Bitcoin came out in 2009 and Litecoin came out in 2011. And Litecoin's whole thing was to do everything that Bitcoin is doing, but do it faster and do it cheaper. And Litecoin is, exactly. And Litecoin is so lightweight, and the transaction fees are so small, and the transactions are fast, that Litecoin has more merchants accepting Litecoin than almost any other cryptocurrency out there. But you never hear anyone really talking about Litecoin.
Right. So it's not the culture influencing thing like Bitcoin is,
Exactly. But Litecoin has a ton of merchants. It's great technology. But ultimately, I think that the technology is also as important as the marketing that goes behind it.
Right. It's kind of like GameStop is a more expensive stock than Apple, but we all know, of course the cap is different, the float is different, but just say the float and cap are the same, sometimes the worst company is going to be more expensive than the better company, simply because the marketing out there, the following out there is better, in stock. So
exactly. It's that old adage, it's like, the Betamax was, better technology, but the VCR won out. And, it's just a lot of that had to do with marketing. And, I think that with cryptos, a lot of them have to do with marketing as well. And sometimes there's great technology that just, it falls to the wayside. And, I know that I've had a conversation with you before where I said, hey, Bitcoin is not the most technologically advanced crypto out there, and understandably so, because it's the first one.
BBIG testing highs, just by the way, guys.
Nice.
BBIG right at 1150s.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, but no, I absolutely agree. And it's one of those things where it's like, I see Fishing say, I am skeptical of crypto because of the lack of regulation. That is literally why crypto is big. Like, if you think about it like this, right? Current monetary policy in the U.S., right? The U.S. government can do whatever they want to it, basically. And like, we're just kind of SOL, right? Any type of monetary policy, the banks get involved, they influence regulation, they make it a pain in the butt to do certain things, they charge you a lot, and crypto does that as well. But the whole endearing part of the crypto world is that it's completely decentralized, is what you'll hear them say, right? And what they mean by that is that it's not influenced by one person. It's completely outside of the regulatory bounds that our modern day currency is in. And so regardless of what any government or regardless of what anybody in particular wants to do to it, it's decentralized. It's independent of that. And that is why it's valuable, is because it can't be effed with as much as people want to F with it. The banks are going to want to get involved with it, but the way it's designed and the way the technology is makes it to where it's decentralized. It's they can't mess with it if they want to, even if they really wanted to. What are they going to do? It's the same reason Silk Road, kind of the same thing.
Yeah. And as time goes by, I mean, I've watched crypto go from being completely no government regulation, in fact, ignored by governments,
right,
to being, to being falsely, in my own opinion, saying that it's only used by criminals, and having the government and the FBI go after crypto users. And then I've seen it, slowly transition itself to being regulated more and more, not just by this country, but by all countries all around the world. And I think eventually where we're going is that crypto will be, whether or not it's Bitcoin or some other crypto, or I think that crypto will be the inherent currency used in every country around the world. And my argument to that is that, first off, I think that that's where we're going from a technological standpoint, but also if you look at your bank, the cash that you have in your bank account is not real cash. It's credits in a computer.
Right. Exactly. It's the same thing.
It is. It absolutely is. The only difference is that we give it a different label of USD, and it's not as secure as something that crypto is encrypted.
Blockchain based. Right, exactly. And that's exactly right. And that's what people don't understand. Like, you think your money you think the bank actually has all that money? Of course they don't. That's how they make money, is they loan other people's money out to you. Like, your bank account might say a certain thing, but try to withdraw, if you've got millions of dollars, try to withdraw all that in one day and see what happens. You're not going to be able to, because they're going to have to transfer them. They're going to have to find that money for you, basically. It's the same thing, except with crypto, it's decentralized. So it's like the bank can't control it. You know what I mean? And they can always influence it in a certain way. That's, that's truth with anything. Like, right? Like if the government wants to influence something, they'll find a way. But the difference is that the bank doesn't have the rights to control it. It's completely independent of all of that. And that should be a desired thing.
Another thing that's really interesting about crypto versus a fiat currency, is that, like we said, the bank doesn't actually have that money in there. And what they do a lot of times, if you have $1 million, they'll loan out 10 million, expecting that you're not going to come grab that million all at once. And with crypto, you can't do that, because with crypto, the actual dollar amount that you have, or the actual crypto amount that you have, that's the actual amount that exists, and or that exists for you. And if the bank has 20 million of that particular crypto, that's how much they can lend out, because that's what they actually have. And this prevents against, it prevents a lot of crashes. It prevents bad policy. It prevents a lot of that type of stuff. So, I just think from a technological standpoint, I think that this is where all countries are going from a currency standpoint. And then from the technology itself, I think you're going to see a lot of things put onto crypto, like, movies and other things like NFTs. I think that that's just where the technology is going. Whether or not that's something that we can be investing in terms of investing in the coins themselves, or investing in the actual technology behind those coins, that stands to be just decided.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see if that happens. And it's all it's all like the easy way to understand the crypto market is that you're exactly like Joel said earlier. Like, you want to do your due diligence with every cryptocurrency, just like stocks. Think of it like the stock market. It's just betting on a specific type of technology. Like, you know what I mean? And so that's all it is. You're just betting on specific types of technologies, right? And most of them are going to fail, I would say, but there's going to be a small percentage of them that succeed. And your goal as a crypto investor or a crypto trader is to identify which ones are going to succeed and which ones are going to fail by researching and doing due diligence into those different technologies. Of course, they're not all going to succeed, but I think the people that get into crypto now are probably going to be some of the wealthiest people in 20 years. because again, you're betting on technologies here. It's not just made up money, it's technologies that you're betting on. And like that's the thing that everybody doesn't see, right? Like to a lot of people, they're like, oh well, crypto is just made up money. It's like, no, cryptos are technologies, you know. That and when you think of holding a crypto like holding shares in a company, right? That's not made up money. Like that money is based off of a company that, you know, does something, right? Well, when you're putting money into crypto, it's not made up money. You're investing into a technology that does something, you know. So by that logic, you want to find the technology that has the most potential and invest in that.
Yeah. And Dylan said, if you lose your password to your crypto wallet, you're basically screwed. While that's true, while that can be true,
just be safe with it.
You know? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, don't put it on a piece of paper. Number one, you know,
they had that guy that had 88. What he lost like 20 Bitcoin or something crazy. He would have been like a millionaire. And he lost it.
Yeah, there was one dude that. There's another story I read about where the dude has like 532 Bitcoin on a hard drive, and he wrote his passphrase down on a piece of paper, and thought to himself, this, you know, is important, but you know, it might not be that important. I can just change it later. And you know, all those things literally say you can't change this. This is your thing.
That's him.
You know, yeah. I mean, like, you know what? I like to be empathetic, but I kind of think to myself sometimes, hey, you can't fix stupid.
Right, it's your fault. Darwinism. But yeah, but we got 7 minutes until the stock. Are you gonna hang out for the stock market open, Joel?
Yeah, we can hang out. And if you don't put it on paper, man, George, I think, you know, put it on paper, yeah, but put it in a digital file. Put it in something that you can access, and put it in more than one location. Don't put it, you know, like
put it. What I would do is I would put it in a safe. If I wrote it on a piece of paper, I would stick it in a safe and lock the safe. And if you're investing, you know, 5 figures or 6 figures into cryptocurrency, you can invest in a safe and throw it in a safe, you know, or put it in, like Joel said, someplace digital, but like, you know, have some safeguards, of course, you know.
Yeah.
Not just one piece. Don't put it on just one piece of paper, you know.
Right. You know, I mean, I keep that stuff myself. I mean, I keep it written down on paper. I keep it locked in a safe. I also keep it, you know, in password protected documents. You know, so I mean, like that are not online. So tattoo it on yourself. So
yeah. Hey, if it works, it works, man. If you don't lose it, you don't lose it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so I mean, there's a lot of options available to you. You know, right. I mean, or you could just stick it in like a, you know, an online wallet if you don't want to have cold storage. You know, I mean, you can put it in like a Coinbase, or you can put it in, you know, a Jaxx wallet, or any of the other, you know, zillion online wallets that are out there.
That's what I do. I mean, that's the easiest way to hold crypto, is just the online wallet. I mean, you got to find the best. Well, you don't want to find one that's just going to disappear. But like, you find, you know, if you're investing long term, like I use Coinbase just because Coinbase is the alpha brokerage. Yeah.
I mean, they've been around since I think 2012.
Right.
So yeah, you know, and I mean, they're publicly traded.
Exactly. You know, so they have certain things that they have to disclose and be safe with. They have certain safeguards. So yeah, Coinbase is down though. Thinking about Coinbase, understandably so. I mean, crypto down, Coinbase is going to tank with it usually.
Yeah.
If someone finds your password, could they steal your crypto? Yeah. If they find your bank password, they can steal your money.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the passwords for, you know, crypto wallets are usually a passphrase. It's usually like 12 different words.
Right. I lost mine on OpenSea. I have to create another one. I thought I saved it and I lost it completely. Now I lost basically my $300 on OpenSea.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you, but yeah, I just want to say.
No worries. Yeah, man. I'm just looking around and see. There's just not a lot moving in the market. What is this one? IFRX. This one looks okay.
RKLB just popped up. We got G8. Oh, what did you say? RFRX? What was it?
IFRX.
Oh,
it looks
yeah, IFRX.
It looks okay, and it's too low volume though.
Yeah. We got my main watch is, like I said here, BBIG up there testing highs at 1150s, 1140s. SPRT back, trying to fight its way back over the VWAP. You can see the TTM squeeze indicator just turned green again, or it was green for a split second as it tried to cross over the VWAP. AMC we're watching today just because it's been moving a ton the last week or so. GameStop earnings are dropping today, so we're watching that. AEI up there at 270s. We're looking at that. CLOV, we're looking at that as well just because of the interest. And then GANX. That's basically it for me. I'm sure we're going to have some new stuff show up on the list, though, after the bell. MTL was yesterday, so we might watch MTL as well. But what happened here with MTL? Is this an offering? Let me see. Could be an offering, I guess. Okay. No offering. Oh, wait. Yeah, no offering. Second quarter results on the 30th. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I just tanked 80 cents a share, 70 cents a share. But we'll watch it. Maybe a big trader unloading a position, I guess. That's what it could be. JAGX with the reverse split, I'm assuming. This is like a 5-to-1 split or something like that. ARQQ IPO'd yesterday as well. But yeah. Can I use this new indicator on Trade Zero? I'm assuming you can, but I'm not 100% sure, Daniel. You'd have to check with them. I don't use Trade Zero, so no idea.
I'm checking out some of these Ape Wisdom stocks. Let's see if there's anything of value here.
2 minutes, guys. Isn't ARQQ one of Kathy News or Kathy Woods things? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. I just saw it moving. I saw it IPO'd yesterday.
It has good price action in the last couple minutes. ARQQ.
Yeah, it's moving. Trying to get back over VWAP now too, so we'll see.
What's the float on this thing?
It's gonna be hard to find a lot of this data just because it just IPO'd yesterday.
Yeah, I see 26 million for the float.
Okay. Let's see.
Shout out to Float Checker for that.
Yeah, Float Checker is super useful. But hey guys, listen, we got less than a minute. Let's do this. Almost 600 people here, guys. So before the opening bell, we got about 40 seconds before the opening bell, guys. Before that, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Listen, we day trade live on stream, completely free every weekday morning. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We genuinely try to give you guys the correct knowledge here. And, we don't really sell anything aside from, push-ups or mustard spoon bites. But with all that said, hit the like button as well. Run those numbers up, and good luck today, guys. Let's do this. We got 15 seconds. All right, it's time, guys. It is time. Get everything ready. Get my scanners up.
There we go.
All right.
BBIG.
Yep, I see.
Yeah, BBIG bouncing off 11.
Yeah, there's the bell. So BBIG, yes, sitting at $11. The other one is SPRT. SPRT just ripped up at the opening bell, and this is the really high short float one. I also see MTL showing up as well at the opening bell. So MTL. Not doing anything actually. GANX not doing anything. SLNO not looking hot. HUT is trying to push up. HUT. AOC is down some. See if BBIG. Okay, BBIG just broke highs, guys. BBIG up to 1160, 1170 for BBIG. So rip it up big here.
That is a nice rip.
Yeah.
And there's that $12 I said.
Yeah. So BBIG making big moves. Huge runs. The SPY itself is down at the opening bell.
AEI is falling down too.
Yeah, we might trade some futures too if the market keeps going down today. All right, so SPY looking weak.
BBIG is pulling back to the view up.
All right, we just scalped about $62 from the futures market, so we're up about $62 today. Yeah, BBIG is reversing, about to break lows here, guys. So BBIG reversing. SPRT though, check out SPRT. It's starting to head back up here. So SPRT is trying to break over the VWAP. Let's see if it holds here. I also see GANX trying to climb back up. AMC down. Bitcoin has been moving up. It's almost to 47K again. AMD breaking down. AMC popping up a little bit. AMC is up to 46, 47 or so. Kind of waiting for stocks to start to form something, but AMC starting to break back up here, guys. It's up to 47s. CLEU showing up on the scans as well here. Let me
Oh yeah, CLEU looks good. Let's see if we can actually break and hold the view out on CLEU.
All right, so we just scalped out a little bit more, and we're trading the same scalping strategies we use on stocks in the futures market on Top Step, guys. So you can see we're up $125 on Top Step today. And again, Top Step funds traders in the futures market. So if you want to use Top Step, I'll post this link if anybody wants to check it out. It is an affiliate link, so it's a good way to help support the channel. And I am biased, of course, because I get a cut if you sign up to me. But yeah, we'll see what we get now. There's the link for Top Step too. It's a great way to trade the same strategies that I use, but without needing 30K for it, basically. All right, so CLEU rejecting at the top. We got BBIG. Big rejection down there.
Yeah.
No trades in the stock market for me yet. Market's looking weak. So I've mostly been trading futures so far, but I might short into a little pop on AMD if it looks good. AMC looking very strong today, though, guys. Look at AMC.
SPRT dumping.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
SPRT tanked.
This is going bad.
Yeah. BBIG, too. BBIG didn't hold either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. ARQQ looks awesome.
Yeah, it does. It's halted, I think.
Yeah, I see that.
AMC looks pretty strong too. Look at AMC, guys. So the TTM squeeze indicator just showed light blue now. So the squeeze.
Oh yeah, there's that 48.
Yeah. So AMC squeezing, guys. Squeeze it up. Let's see if it holds at 48 now. Is really what we want to see. Market's down too, so the market's been kind of tanking down here. But there's AMC holding, moving up still. Looks good. What's up, Try? Yeah, ARQQ halted. AMC ripping up big, though, guys. Check it out. So we're scalping our first day trade on AMD. Scalping up here. We're going to use 25 probably as a risk. 108.25, I mean. Let's see if we get a breakdown here. No breakdown yet. There we go. All right, so we just scalped a little $5 bill from AMD. First trade of the day. So far so good. Market looking weak here.
AMC hit 49.
Yep. AMC making these highs here. Let's see if it holds at 48.50. I think 48.50 might be a nice resistance level here.
Yeah. The chart looks really clean on it too.
Right. SPY starting to rebound some. So I'm going to wait to short anything really until we get some type of better action here for that. Hood down. AMC trying to hold 48.50s, looking good for the most part. SPY's completely reversing, so maybe look for a red to green in the SPY. Maybe not, though, of course. Y'all be careful. All right, so I just nailed a trade on the E-mini. We're up about $187 on the day, about $200 on that SPY rejection here. And we're going to start to short into AMD with that rejection too here. So we're in AMD short. AMC looking very strong. Let's see if we hit 50 today. But here's my AMD trade. Market kind of reclaiming a little bit. All right, we're going to cover there. So we're up about $8 today in stocks. Nothing crazy big. AMC trying to rebound a little bit here. Or AMC not rebounding. AMC squeezing up. It's at 49s, guys. 49s. Yeah, Joel's right here, guys. You know, you can see him right here. This is Joel. He is the mystery voice for all those asking.
ARQQ should resume here in about 30 seconds.
Okay. And let's see if AMC holds 48.50s. 48.50s has been a level. All right, so far the day has gone. We're up $187 in futures. We are up about $8 in stocks. And so I think now that we're up pretty decently on the day in futures, we're going to switch over to the micro E-mini, eliminate some of that risk now, and trade smaller and see what we get with futures. AMC bouncing right off of 48.50. I tried to say it. You know, here's the level. Let's see if it continues. But we did bounce exactly off of 48.50. Which is why I always get curious about why people say that AMC doesn't follow technicals. Of course it does, you know. Technicals just mean psychology, you know. Does mass psychology work on it? Probably, you know. Right, so we're getting ready. The SPY itself, guys, so the actual market right now is starting to break over the VWAP and look to possibly reverse here. So we break over this level. SPY itself is pulling a red to green move. You know,
there's the resumption on ARQQ hitting 17.
Yeah, I can't type. There we go. Yeah, ARQQ making big moves here. And this is IPO. This IPO'd a few days ago.
And this one has a 25 million share float from what I can find.
Right. So we're kind of scalping futures a little bit more. I'm going to take a little bit off here.
Oh my gosh, whoa.
Scalping AMD a little bit more maybe here. I covered. We're going to get out of this here. So we're up about $200 in futures, just scalping that. Here's the thing though, I'm trying to scalp AMD and we're going to try to short this here, but I'm a little nervous about it because the SPY's pushing up so much.
Yeah.
So like I'm shorting it with 25 shares. Anything over, I think 15s, we're gonna jump out. All right, so 15 rejected it, so that's good. And still testing. I guess we'll use 20. I think 20 is a little bit better. Gives me a little bit more room there.
ARQQ hit 19.
Wow. Yeah, it is making probably some big moves too. I'm glad I used the 20 level here for the AMD. I like this rejection here too. There we go. Nice. And we'll cover into that. All right, so we're up about $12 in stocks. Sorry, Joel, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, no worries. I was just trying to say MVST is popping up. That's the Wall Street Bets one.
Okay. Oh, MVST. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. trying to pull a red to green move too.
Yeah, the volume looks too low on it though. It's just
Yeah,
popping up on my scans.
AMC is still trying to hold. AMC is probably the best looking trend that I see right now, especially on the upside. Nice trend, holding at the VWAP, holding over 48.50s here. So I'm tempted to buy a little bit, but we'll see. I guess I'll wait. SPY is pulling back some here, so I think the big thing to just looking at like sentiment judging, guys. So if you want to know how to judge sentiment in the market, usually we're using the VWAP in the previous closing price, right? Or the VWAP in the previous high of the day. So like the next step here, since we didn't hold this level for the SPY, which is right here at around 44.51, the next level to watch for the market, and this is the SPY, which is just the general market, is to see whether we hold the VWAP. So here's the VWAP here. And this will help influence, whether the trend's going to maintain up, which it looks like it is. Look at that pop right around the VWAP. So it looks like the trend's going to maintain above the VWAP, which is a really good sign. It's usually going to influence a lot of other stocks positively. And so, now that we're back over this 451 level, let's see if we hold now. But it looks great on the SPY, to be honest. SPY is looking strong. And I think that's going to influence AMC, Hood, and a lot of other things too.
Look at AEI is back over the VWAP. You might do a view up bouncer.
Which one? Sorry.
AEI.
Okay. Yeah, AMC is holding. Yeah, AEI looks great. I like the claim of the VWAP, the reclaim of it.
I think I'm going to take a small position here.
Nice. AMD still breaking down pretty big here. Let's see if we hold now. We might short into a little pop on AMD. There we go. We're shorting into a little pop. Let's see if we get a hold. Anything over 108, we'll have to jump out of AMD. Nice little breakdown here. Nice. Let's got a little bit more on AMD. Just at 25 shares. There we go. Catching the breakdown. Nice. We're up about $16 on AMD. Scalping futures here at the micro E-mini, holding one contract left. So we're up about 200, almost exactly $200 now in the futures market. Not a bad rebound from yesterday's losses in futures. But you can see what we're essentially betting on here, guys, is the SPY. So you can see how like the SPY changes trends. This is actually my favorite long strategy. We get a downward move at the opening bell. We get a rip up, and we buy the pullback here. We scalp out the bounce, right? That's what we do. It works super well with not just the SPY, but with futures on the E-mini and micro E-mini on Top Step. With AMC today, if you look at what AMC did, it did exactly that, where we open up, we drop at the opening bell, we push over the VWAP, we buy the pullback, we scalp out the bounce. Happens over and over again. Very universal momentum bullish pattern that you'll see a lot. And the SPY is absolutely ripping up now too. So here's the SPY. Big moves up. That's going to positively influence most of these, I'm assuming here.
How are you doing on Top Step, by the way?
Top Step, I'm doing okay. They refreshed my account, so we're about break even now. But we're doing all right. I don't focus on futures a lot just because I don't have to. Like I trade stocks with enough. I use the same scalping strategies on stocks, and if I had to pick, I would choose stocks. But like, I think it's a good option if you don't have the funding that I have, like the money that I have, to where you can put it into stocks. That futures is a good way to trade the same strategies as me. You just don't, you without needing as much money.
Yeah, for sure.
Any GSAT? Yeah, SPY is hammering up, guys. So Yeah, Annie, which is a Bitcoin related stock, I think, right?
Yeah, that's a crypto stock.
Yeah, Bitcoin not doing too much today, but it's up some in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
CLEU is testing view out.
AMC just tanked, guys. Look at AMC. So AMC just dumped down here. I'm also seeing a DSS, ENFA.
Those are also crypto. I think DSS is crypto, right?
I have no idea. Documentsecurity.com.
No, that's not crypto.
AMD is the only, so we're up about 15, 16 bucks. Currently, I'm kind of using this 108 level as a risk, where I can kind of add into it. If it breaks like this, I could just jump out with limited risk there. And we'll watch it again if anything else happens. Apple, big red day so far, but rebounding some here. ATER. It's under volatility studies, Martin. Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, try. Yeah, and here's Top Step link. So Top Step said my homie makes good money with Top Step. He told me he wouldn't fund a futures account because right now his max is only 1,500 versus 30K. Yeah, for sure. Top Step, like people hate on Top Step, but it's like it's a good way for new traders to learn because there's less risk, right? A new trader tries to trade 10,000 in futures, they're gonna lose their butt, you know. But they trade on Top Step, they're gonna be a lot more protected, and they can learn in a safer environment, you know. So I see Hood dropping here. Maybe add some more to it. Wait, is Hood halted? Don't tell me it's a news pending halt. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, good. I was gonna say, oh no. All right, so we're in AMD. We're kind of scalping this momentum right now, currently. Slightly green. See if we can break down a little bit more, but we might bounce up. Try to be patient with it. There we go. Scalp a little bit from AMD here. 25 shares left. Maybe add some more up to 108s is what my plan is, and then hold the rest pretty loosely here. There we go. Here's the breakdown. Nice. Nice. All right, so we were able to capitalize on that. Huge drop in AMD right now. We'll short into any pops on the way up. There's the first pop. Short into that. Even add some more really up to here is what the plan is. All right, so we're at 50 shares. One more load here, and then we'll get out the rest if we break over that level that we drew out here. There we go. Nice. 57s. I'm trying to be patient with this, but you know.
Oh, Annie is making highs. A and Y.
There you go. There we go. A and Y. Let me see. feel like there we go. 60s better. Try to be patient with AMD. I think anything over 107.70 at that top level here, I'm just gonna have to bail out at like 72. But it's close to break even here. It just kind of keeps going back and forth. Let it fight that level. Hopefully reject. I guess I'll use 75 as a risk. I guess that seems pretty reasonable. And we're gonna get out there. Too much risk. Just broke over it. Was hoping we get a rejection, but you know, it's all good. Luckily, we're trading on profits that we're already in there. GSAT. Yeah, GSAT making highs. And I know we had a lot of people that were holding this one, so good to see GSAT moving for y'all.
Yeah. ANY is testing $7 range.
Yeah, ANY is ripping up big too. Got faked out on AMD, unfortunately there. Yeah, look at any guys.
AEI could both of you up, so that one dropped back down.
SPRT is trying to come back a little bit. AMC is also trying to bounce back some.
Yeah, I see SPRT trying to work its way back.
Yeah, it's trying to mosey on back up there. It's at 2020s right now.
BBIG is trying to come back too.
Nice. All right, so we're nailing another short here. And all right, so we just nailed the short on AMD. Here's AMD. So and this is one of the reasons, like when I get faked out, I don't mind jumping right back in. Like some people have rules against that. Like I don't, just because if I get faked out, usually it means that my original thesis was right. And so I don't mind piling right back in, which is what I did here. You can see we're up $27 right now on the day. Not too shabby. SPY is kind of neutral here. But look at any bounce here, guys. Look at ANY. ANY up there to 680s.
Yeah, I see that double top there on the NY.
Yeah. Yeah, ANY up to 690s here, too.
There you go. 695.
Patrick, because my account's bigger. John, been watching you for several months now. I've noticed you switch to mid and high caps, especially AMD instead of momentum small caps. Why is that? Because it makes me way more money, to be honest. Like I think penny stocks are useful if you don't have a large account, but I think most traders, once they have a large enough account, are going to transition to larger cap stocks just because larger cap stocks are way less risky and just ultimately more reliable than penny stocks are. I get it. A lot of penny stocks are really hyped up because a lot of traders simply, don't have the funds to trade more expensive stocks. And so you might have a lot more of a following in penny stocks, but like the most consistent stocks for me to trade are mid and high caps. That's always been the case. I've always scalped mid and high caps a lot more when I have the funding for, but if I have a small account, I trade pennies because that's the only thing I can trade, Is there any other way to speed up the process of getting cash settled after placing a trade? If you have a cash account, no. The only other way is a margin account, but you're going to be restricted to only 3 day trades per rolling 5-day period with a margin account. Cash account, you have to wait 2 days for your funds to settle, but there's no PDT rule with a cash account. And so you just got to figure out which option is best for you. Most traders with small accounts are going to be better suited towards day trading with cash accounts and margin or swing trading on margin accounts. But again, it's subjective to the person for sure.
So I just saw somebody put EFTR in the chat, and that thing ripped up and halted.
Yeah, EFTR up there at 1370s now, guys. So big moves. Here's any pulling back to the VWAP. I think a lot of people are waiting for any to pull back. But yeah, basically, if you have a margin account, you get instant settlement. That's the benefit of a margin account. If you have a cash account, you have to wait 2 days. But the way you trade a cash account, Michael, is that you take the amount of equity you have and you split it in half. And that's how much you get per day to trade with. So if I got a $5,000 account, I can day trade $2,500 per day in that account. And I have to manage the equity appropriately because of that. Right. If I got $10,000, I can trade $5,000 a day, and day trade 50, 60 times a week with a cash account, but that's what it really is.
BBIG is starting to look okay.
Better?
It's still under VWAP. Yeah, it's looking better, but it's still under.
Yeah, I was excited SPRT might be coming back too, but it just didn't. CLOB testing lows. Yeah, no worries, Michael. What's the float on EFTR?
I can't find it. I was looking for it. I checked Flow Checker and FinViz.
No, EFTR, they have it on EFTR. Flow Checker shows anywhere between 8 and 16 million.
Oh, okay, I got it. I must have a space or something.
Yeah.
All of a sudden started to get an echo.
It might be because I moved a little bit closer to my mic. Let me know if that's better, guys. SPRT still has a chance. Yeah, what's MMAT doing today? I mean, it's down, but it's not down a huge amount. I mean, MMAT's not going to run every day, guys. So for everybody in MMAT, it's not gonna run every day.
That's right. Joel kind of looks like Billy Mays.
Yeah. I kind of see it, Great sales.
BBIG rip it up. BBIG
Billy
at
Mays sold that
ShamWow.
Yeah, that ShamWow, the tape. What was the tape one? The tape one was impressive.
I don't know. Was he the guy that died because the luggage fell on his head?
Oh, he did. He OxyClean is what he promoted. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, he died. Let me see.
Yeah, BBIG.
Lethal arrhythmia of the heart caused by hypertensive and arteriosclerotic heart disease.
Oh.
But they also said cocaine was a factor in his autopsy.
Oh,
Man,
well, no wonder you're as good salesman with all that high energy.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
I know, right? So BBIG back above VWAP, bouncing off 11 and the VWAP.
All right, SPY pushing up, testing the high of the day, guys. So the SPYs rip it up. Currently, we're up about $27 on the day, so nothing crazy so far today, guys.
SPRT making another attempt.
Nice.
Yeah, I think right here the play would be BBIG.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm scalping a little bit more on AMD here, guys. You can see I'm up about $34 here on the last little 25 shares. I might add a little bit more, take a swing if it heads back up. Gonna add a little bit more on this down wick. Try to load up into this and then get out at like 60 or get out at like 70, I guess. There we go. Looking for it to bounce up to 106 or 107.60s here, so I get a little bit better entry. But it's just not doing it. It's not moving. All right, that's a little bit better. Add one more share here. Add into these pops, and then cover quickly on the rejection. Hopefully here under 150s. Didn't quite get my average where I wanted it to. Let me see if we can add a little bit more here. That's better. Still not quite better, actually. Go away, man. TOS needs to get their stuff straight. There we go. That's better.
A lot of stuff trying, but
yeah, not holding, you know.
Yeah,
I think the SPY might. I think AMD might correlate negatively with the SPY, and it kind of makes sense because when the market's doing tough from COVID, microchips are in higher demand, and so I guess that would make sense. So SPY moves down, AMD moves up, but at the same time, maybe not exactly. We'll see.
yeah. It's the microchip thing is funny because everyone's like pushing that the used car market is like going nuts and going crazy.
It really is. Honestly, I just accidentally exited my position. My bad, guys. That was a stupid accident. But there we go. Okay, that's better. All right. So we rectified it. But anyways, go ahead. Sorry, Joel.
No, I find it funny because I was looking at Toyota Tacoma and I'm just looking for just a fun truck. And I was looking at like used ones in my area, just like on like Craigslist and stuff like that. They're like $25,000 for like a 20-year-old truck,
bro.
I'm like, what? Yeah. I'm like, these things used to be like $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
You want $25,000 for a 2000 Toyota Tacoma?
Honestly, it's absolutely ridiculous right now, bro. Like people don't understand how crazy it is right now in terms if you haven't tried to buy a car in the last year, it's absolutely crazy. Like I'm against buying a new car, but Carol really wants to get one. And so we're getting a new car, right? And we wanted to get a Sequoia, like a Toyota Sequoia, like nice family car, like has 3 rows of seats. And so we go to this Toyota dealership and like a brand new Toyota Sequoia is like $90,000. And so it's like, well, Carol and I are sitting there thinking like, okay, well, we can get a Sequoia for $90,000 or we can get a Mercedes GLS 450.
Right.
GLS 450 will have the same features, better features, nicer car, better resale value, will retain its value a little bit better, maybe not than a Toyota. But overall, it's like, okay, we can get a Toyota or a Mercedes for the same exact price, the same style of vehicle for the same exact price right now. And so it's like, well, we're going to go with the Mercedes because it's the same price. I mean, Toyota, Mercedes, Toyota, Mercedes. Yeah. And like a Mercedes is going to be more expensive to keep up, of course. And that's fine. But like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like a Sequoia should never be $90,000, You can get a Tesla for cheaper than that. You can get a Porsche for cheaper than that. It's just crazy right now. And it's all because of the microchip shortage.
I just find the whole thing just, I don't know. It's silly. I mean, like a 200,000-mile truck, $20,000. I'm like, man. And then, if you go to Toyota's website, I'm like, I get an entry-level Toyota for, Toyota pickup for 25, 26, I'm like, I just wanted to drive around and tow stuff.
Yeah. I want a Tesla. I tried to talk Carol into getting the Tesla, the quote SUV. It doesn't look anything like an SUV. It looks like a big car. But like I tried to get the Tesla SUV, and she wasn't having it. But it's like I tried to explain, like that's the future, you know.
Yeah. BBIG is looking pretty decent.
Yeah, we ended up making money on that AMD trade. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but yeah, we did make money on that trade. You said BBIG?
Yeah, I mean it's holding view app, and it's, I don't know, it looks decent.
Right. Yeah, I mean I'm not mad at them for it. The law of economics, supply and demand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not mad at them for it. If anything, you know, like it is what it is. I'd be doing the same thing if I was them. But like they can also not get mad at me when I say, okay, well, I'm gonna go buy a Mercedes then, you know.
Yeah, right.
Like if there's no difference in price, like yeah, you know, it's gonna maintain its value less. But like in the end, I can sell it in 4 years if I want and just buy a Toyota then. But the price is cheaper, you know. Probably buy a brand new Toyota for what the Mercedes will sell for used. Hopefully, at least. Yeah, BBIG, it's just about whether it holds this $11 level, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we'll see, you know. But we're up a little $44 today. It's not a bad day so far. Still scalping a little bit, back and forth. All right, scalping a little bit more. All right, so we're up about $50 now. We just made a little bit more on AMD. About $50. And this is why I trade AMD, guys, for those wondering. I mean, you see how I don't think I've lost today trading AMD. You know, I'm gonna knock on wood, not jinx myself. AMC is crashing down, though. AMC is dropping, but we'll see if it holds down there.
BBIG is starting to look stronger.
Yeah, Kentucky's dope. I'm streaming with Joel. Joel is like, Joel's the guy that taught me a lot about crypto when I first started learning about it.
Yeah.
But he's been a member of the stream and channel for a while now. You know, he's been you know, he's in the comments almost every day. Joel Straight is his name if you remember him in the comments. Yeah, I mean, Dylan, you know, to be honest, Dylan, it's honestly not up to me. You know, you know what I mean? It really isn't up to me at all. I wish it was up to me. If it was up to me, I'd buy the Tesla SUV, to be completely real. But it's ultimately up to Carol. You know, Carol's gonna pick what she wants to, you know, whatever. But I'm personally, you guys know me. I'm against buying new cars in general. I think new cars lose their value as soon as you drive them off the lot. You know, a new car loses a huge percentage of its value. I think buying a new car is one of the worst investments you can ever make. You know, and the only people that should really do it is if you got money like that. You know, but like, so I'm completely against buying a new car in general. But like, again, it's not really up to me.
I like 80s cars, so
yeah. 80s cars are, I don't know. I thought I definitely don't like 70s cars. 70s cars are the worst decade. 80s cars like the Camaro, you know, you know, Corvettes in the 70s were dope.
I like a lot of like 80s Japanese cars, like specifically like the first generation M2. Yeah, I love the old Z's. Yeah, the old Z's, the old RX-7s, all that type of stuff, man. I'm into that.
Yeah. I used to love a 300Z. Was my, like, when I was 16. You know,
that's a dope ride, man.
Yeah, dude, 300Z, bro. People nowadays, the kids only remember the 350s and the 360s or whatever came after that.
Yeah,
the 300Z was the car back in like their mid 90s.
Especially the twin turbo one.
Twin turbo, yeah, bro. I was just about to say it too, man.
Yep.
Twin turbo, the RX-7 too. A Toyota Supra is like my dream car. Skyline, you know, that's moving back into like late 90s, early 2000s. So.
Yeah. You can import Skylines now pretty easily. I mean, you can get like an 89 to like a 95 GTR. You know,
Yeah, I've seen
you
the
got
new ones. I've
35
seen,
to 50 grand.
yeah, and those are always really cool too.
Yeah.
I've seen the new ones driving around. The new ones look cool as well. The only problem with the new ones is that they limited the horsepower. Like something in like Japan limits the horsepower that you can improve on a stock car or something like that. There's some type
Yeah,
of, like,
so
restriction.
276 horsepower is like the max that it gets to. It's
That's crazy.
silly. Yeah, it's weird. It's been around for a long time, but I don't know, man. I love a lot of those older rides because they're really easy to work on. B, the gas mileage that they get is better than most of the new cars that exist now. I mean, I had an 80s Toyota. I got 42 miles to the gallon. That was my first car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what car can you buy right now that's getting 42 miles to the gallon?
Nothing, man. Nothing really. Hey, Tesla, you know.
Right? I had a CRX for a while too. I think it was
CRXs,
like
bro. Those were freaking cool, bro. Dude, I had a bunch of friends that would soup those up. They were so light.
Yeah.
They were so light that I had friends that would just throw a powerful motor in those things and just turn it into a drag car really easily because they were so light. You know?
Yeah. A friend of mine had a 550 horsepower Civic.
Oof, yeah. People don't understand. Look at Any, guys. Any is back over the VWAP here. So this is usually the type of pullback that I would buy. I might buy. I want to keep my 100% accuracy today. So I don't know if I want to buy this, but these are the dips that I would usually buy right here. Screw it. Who cares about accuracy? We'll buy 25 shares. We'll buy 50 shares here and see if we get a pop. All right, so we just bought A and Y here. Ideally, we want to see a bounce at least 655s, but preferably before then, for my emotions. Let's see if we get it or not. If we don't get it, it's fine. It's $5 down, but this is usually the dip I would buy on penny stocks, right? Like when we reclaim the VWAP. When volume starts to come in, maybe I should have used the TTM squeeze indicator though, because it's still yellow on this end.
Yeah, but it is ascending a little bit. I mean,
right.
it could go either way.
Right. And we're not going to give it much room, Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling, Salty. I'm not gonna let my accuracy influence my trading too much. But it's not. I'll say this: it's not really doing what I wanted to. Maybe we'll add one more 25 share lot. Try to improve our average a little bit, and just be ready to jump out if we have to. All right, well, we're back up to almost break even.
What's your entry on this?
65. So 665.
All right.
But it's a small trade, 75 shares, nothing crazy. We're gonna jump out if it hits 55s. It's just too risky because we're gonna get out here actually. So first loss of the day, $5.63 down. This is what I mean though. Like penny stocks are just less reliable. The trends form less. They're not as easy to trade. And so once I had enough money, we just kind of switched over to mid and high caps because frankly it's just a noticeably more profitable strategy.
Your brother-in-law is building an 83 Civic with a B20. Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's crazy. That's
a CRV engine.
Yeah. All right, so we're actually scalping a little bit of AMD here.
There's the ANY rip up.
Dude, yeah. It's all right. We made our money right back on AMD, to be honest here. So we're holding 25 shares and see if we can break down now. But we're sitting pretty good, up about 60, a little bit less than 60 on the day. Anything over 42 and we'll get out, which is probably about to hit. Yeah, we're out. So we're up about 56 on the day, which is really great. I mean, we're not nearly done yet, so we'll find something else, I'm sure. I see VEE showing up. AMC never ended up doing anything. Just to show you my P&L, guys, on the day. Where's my There it is. This is my P&L currently. We're up $50 actually on the day. I forgot we lost a little bit. But yeah, we're up 50 on the day. And we'll see what happens now. I mean, the SPY just completely tanked down. So the SPY just reversed big in the last 2 minutes specifically. So, we'll see if it continues. But SPY took a big dump just now.
So I think you're right on that ANY trade.
Was I? Was I really?
Yeah.
It happens. It builds my confidence. Is the best way I can put it. It's all right. I'm usually right, and I just get spooked out of it. But the reason I have good risk management is also because I cut it quick, and I don't worry about it too much. We're at AMD currently scalping. We made all the money back plus some that we would have made there. Just kind of starting to focus on AMD here. So it is what it is. But conditioning myself to exit when I need to is saved me so much money that it's I'm not going to beat myself up over it too much. But
no, I mean, it's absolutely important. I mean, because in the past when I would hold on to losers, I blow up half my account and then spend the next 3, 4, or 5 months building it back up.
Right, exactly. And that's the real issue with a lot of traders, even with copy trading, right? You look at the copy traders, for instance, they might be profitable most of the time. Their problem is that they don't cut losses. Like what I do, like I average into positions. So like I'll average into a position, and the best way I can describe my system is like I'll attack this range right here. So I'll average into positions, and this is the range I'm attacking. So if, for instance, if I start to short a position here and it ends up pushing up to here, I might add a little bit more to it up to the top of this range. The only time I'll do that, though, I won't do that all the time. The only time I'll do that is if I have a cushion on the day. And what I usually do is I'll say, okay, well, I'll average in, but I'll use my cushion as a risk. So it's like what I do is I build up small profit. So I'll build like $20, $30 in profit. And then I'll start to average into a position, and I'll use that cushion as my risk. So if I lose over $20 or $30, I just kind of get out and I start right back over. But if it works out, then I'm able to build a little bit more profit on the day. And then I can take a little bit larger swings because I'm building up more profit on the day. Like the more profit I'm up, the larger swings I'm willing to take because I have that cushion to where it's like, even if I lose on the larger sizing trades, I'm still break even on the day. And I'm very strict with my risk, so I don't have these big drawdowns in my account. And so it allows me to slowly scale up my size every day, depending on how much I'm already up. So if I'm already up really big on the day, then I allow myself to take larger swings. And if those work out, then I'm up huge on the day. But if they don't work out, I'm still break even. So my risk is still small, if that makes sense. And that's how I'm able to end green every day. And when I lose, it's not huge amounts. I might lose on my bad days, I might lose $100. And that's usually because I let something go a little bit too much, or I lose and then I kind of get emotional about it and start pushing a little bit too many buttons. But it's doing that type of system is how I'm able to protect my account and still take big swings if I want to.
Yeah. So Annie following that CTM squeeze and right around 685.
Oh man. Hate to see it. You love to see it and hate to see it. It builds my confidence. Just for perspective, guys, I got out of this here. I got out literally right there. I got out. But I was right. And the strategy, if you're gonna learn anything from this, guys, understand this strategy works. Like the VWAP works. Like people base their trades around the VWAP. And so look at all the support here. Like look at all the big support that showed up there. I should have just taken my own strategy, but the point is this strategy works. Like looking for a stock that shows a strong pattern and then kind of breaks under the VWAP for a split second, but then reclaims it and pulls back to it. Tons of people are buying this dip, and that's causing this big move up. But yeah, the TTM squeeze indicator, just to give it credit, it accurately predicted this upward movement too. So.
And we may see new highs here on ANY. We're like, right. Oh, look at that rejection.
Yeah, let's see if it bounces at 680 right here.
Yeah.
That's like the level that it's usually going to bounce at. If it bounces here, it's a micro pullback trade. So like for a micro pullback, I'll sometimes buy this little dip and then ride this bounce up. Yeah, I mean, that's right, Robert. I do get emotional and close down the stream, and I'm very proud of that, to be completely honest, because I don't think a lot of traders could do that. You know, I think most traders in my position streaming would just get emotional, keep streaming, keep losing, get more emotional, you know, and make themselves look like a fool on the internet. I would rather choose to, if I'm frustrated, I just close it down. You know, I don't have to keep trading. It doesn't matter to me. We're up enough anyway to not worry about it, you know. Yeah, well, long-term investments don't really matter, Salty, because I'm not really teaching those, you know.
Nate got trades. Good job. Taking half off at 690. Good job.
Right. The number one thing I learned from this channel is learn how to walk away. Yeah, for sure. That's one of the best skills you can have.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, well, like a lot of traders are really profitable. Like they'll make money. The problem is that when they lose, they lose it. No pun intended. Like they lose and they just end up poking at it more and more and they exacerbate their losses when they don't need to. Like you look, best thing you can learn how to do when trading. You want to be a skilled trader. Best thing you can learn how to do is just push the keyboard back and say, "I'm done. I'm gonna walk away." You know, give yourself a limit. Yeah, give yourself a limit, like a limit to your losses. Like say, okay, if I lose over $200, I'm going to walk away. And you might be frustrated in that moment. And you might want to make yourself less frustrated by winning those trades back, right? But in 5 or 10 minutes, you're not going to be frustrated anymore. And you're going to sit there and be like, okay, like a $200 loss is reasonable. When you lose thousands of dollars, that's when it just destroys your accounts, right? So your goal as a trader is to limit those type of drawdowns. And it's hard to do.
I think that for me, one of the things that I found really challenging in walking away from trades is that I'm trading with a cash account. And so I don't have the capability of, you know, getting back in and making that money back on the day if I've used too much of the equity already. And so, you know, that's always something that really frustrated me a lot. But I think as I build my balance up, it's a bit easier because I'm also not taking, you know, putting my whole account into a single trade.
Right. Exactly. Once your account grows, like for me, I've only recently been trading like a $30,000 plus margin account over really like the last 3 months. And so the only difference that I really notice is that I can trade more expensive stocks and that I don't have to worry about my equity at all, you know, which is a good feeling, you know, but it's also a little bit more difficult because like you said, I have the equity to just double down on, triple down on trades if I want to. Like if I want to just, if I'm in $500 loss, I can just double down my size over and over again with the amount of equity I have. And so that's the toughest part, you know, is just learning how to not do that and learning how to just stop, you know. Like I can upload my trades from TraderView. I don't think I have in the last few days. Currently, we're up $64, 63.60s on the day. So let me just upload this file here. Oh wait, no, that's not what I'm gonna do. Okay, there we go. I just want the last 2 days. Yeah, 2 days back from today. Where'd it go? There it is. All right, so let's import the trades from today. Oh, there we go. And yeah, you can see this is my last few days. So yesterday we ended up making 30.59, and then today we're up 63.70s. What is why is this two different things? My chart says 63.70. What does it say? Okay, 63.70. All right, cool. We're up like 2 cents, I guess, in interest or something on the day. But yeah, this is my graph. If we look at the last 2 days, yesterday was kind of tough. I remember yesterday being a little bit more difficult.
Yeah,
but in the last
yesterday was.
Yeah, it was just less it was just harder trading, and you can see, today we've only lost once. So if we look at like today's date, we look at only today, we are, oh damn, I traded more than that. So I thought I only lost once. What did I lose on today? I lost once on it. I lost twice today is what happened. Or no, I lost 3 times. I don't know when this was, but okay, I lost 3 times today. So not 100. I guess my accuracy didn't really matter. Yeah, but today we're running at about 80%, 78.6%, 11 winning trades, 3 losses. Average hold time for my winning trades is very short today. Largest gain is almost 20. Largest loss is 10. So overall, my stats are fine. AMD, we've made most of our money. Yesterday was a little bit different. Yesterday, we did 71% accuracy, 17 winning trades, 7 losses. Bad risk reward yesterday, but still enough to be profitable. Profit factor yesterday of 1.59 to 1. Profit factor of today at 4.32. So very high profit factor today. So yeah, not bad.
So one thing that actually made me, I think, a better trader is earlier, like the beginning of 2021, I opened up an investment account for my son. And most of it's invested in like growth stocks or dividend stocks, but there's a small portion of it, a couple $100 that is set aside as cash for day trading. And so because I'm treating it in a way to where I'm only taking the absolute best setups I can possibly find with that, that's really helped me, I think, focus a lot on, and obviously everyone can't do this, but focus a lot on finding the proper, most best setup instead of taking too many trades. And that's been really helpful for me because I'm treating it, I'm like, it's my son's account. I want to treat it with the utmost love and care that I possibly can,
Yeah. Having something to trade for makes a lot of sense, about like one of the reasons I still trade small on this account is because I don't want to lose 30K, And I'm sure with your son's account, yeah, you're not trying to give back that money either, so having something to trade for, like it depends on how much you care about money. And I think in trading, you got to condition yourself to care. Just responding to what Robert said, like Robert, everybody's going to be emotional. He said, I just keep trading. I'm not emotional either way. I make 1K up or 1K down in the same way. Yeah, but everybody gets emotional in trading,
At some point.
Yeah, like you're going to get emotional, like regardless of whether you're Warren Buffett or whether you're me, you're going to get emotional about trading. Like some days you're just losing more and you get frustrated. It's a natural thing. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. You know what I mean? And so in trading, your goal is to condition yourself to walk away when that happens, but it's going to happen no matter what to anybody and everybody. Like your job is to make yourself the least emotional you can, but like everybody's going to be emotional, especially on tough days. You lose 5 times in a row, you're going to be a little frustrated,
Yeah.
And that's inevitable,
Sean is asking what the name of this track is.
This one or the last one? Probably the last one, assuming this one just started 30 seconds ago. This current one is called Have a Word by Dama Beats. The last one, which is this one here, is Fast Vision by Dama Beats.
Yeah, I got Dama Beats on my title.
Yeah, he's dope, man. I like Dama Beats. Dama Beats, if y'all looking for music and Epidemic Sounds, like we use Dama Beats. There's another guy. ANY ripped back up. It's at 680s. But yeah, Dama Beats is good. DJ Dins the Rooster is good. Dylan Sits is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's ANY guys. ANY's at 680s.
I'm gonna have to jump off here. It's my kid's first day of school.
Brother. Hey man, hey, good luck with that, dude. Thanks for coming on the show, man. Everybody give Joel a huge thank you for being on the show today. You got any socials you want me to plug or anything like that?
Always joelstrait.com.
Okay. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat, guys. Check out his website. This dude knows more about crypto than almost anybody I know. And so y'all go check out his stuff, joelstrait.com. I'll post the link in the chat. Go check out that man's site.
The website will have a lot more coming soon as well. Stuff about crypto crypto trading bots, all different kinds of stuff. So
yeah, I actually had, before you leave, I actually had a company reach out to me that does crypto trading bots. And
who
so it
are
might
they?
be- I'll message you off stream just to keep it,
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for coming
Yeah.
on the show, brother. I'll let you know
Yeah,
how
absolutely.
it goes. I'll message you off stream about it. But yeah, it seemed
Yeah.
interesting to me because
Absolutely.
I think
I've
that's-
tried a lot of them.
yeah. And so I'll have to get your take on it. But yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But
Well-
hey, man, have fun today, brother. You said
Yeah.
it's your kid's first day.
Well, I mean, it's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. Oh, nice. 8th grade's a tough grade. My daughter's in 7th, so it's a rough
Yeah.
grade.
So
But yeah,
they start school late here, man. It's like,
that is late.
yeah.
Might have been for a month. They've been going for a month now.
Wow, man. Yeah, I remember we lived in Las Vegas. It was like that. Like he started school like mid-August. Like
Right.
we were like, man, this is weird.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet.
Yeah.
I love my kids, but I don't know if I want them home all day with me. But like, if I like them home. Like my daughter and I watch movies, but like I also appreciate the break we get when they're at school.
Yeah, for sure. I get a lot more work done.
Right.
So,
For me too.
all right.
All right, brother.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate
Later,
being
man.
here.
Hey, thanks for being on the show, bro. Have a good one, man.
You too.
See ya. All right, we're probably gonna get closing the stream down too. I mean, we're up small today. We're not gonna push it anymore. We're up $70 today. Fine and green. The market's tanking down now. Oh, well, we're also up in futures, guys. And again, we're using Top Step for futures. So you can see in Top Step today, we are up about $200. So not a bad day in Top Step. And again, a lot of people are trying to trade my scalping strategies, but they just don't have the account for it. On Top Step, I use the same scalping strategies, but instead of trading stocks, I trade the E-mini contract, which follows the SPY and the S&P 500. And so I basically attack this volatility. And my keyboard is crapping out again. I follow the SPY's volatility, which works. It's very profitable, and I think a lot of people can find value in trading the futures market, which has no PDT rule, instant settlement, and it's just a lot easier to trade volatilely, if that makes sense. So if we look at the scalping strategies that I use, let me see if there we go. If we look at the scalping strategies that I use, it's the same strategies that I use in stocks, right? It's the same strategies that I use here. Like for instance, on the SPY, remember we talked about the A and Y trade. It's the same trade here. We look for a downward move at the open. We look for a pop over the VWAP and we buy this dip and we ride the bounce up. That's what we did in the futures market to make that much money. And it works really well. It works really well. Again, you never know what's going to happen in any market. We're actually scalping a little bit more, to be honest, as we're talking to you guys here. And again, we're scalping the micro E-mini. So now you can see we're up like $210 on the day. But again, we're attacking this downward action on the SPY. Same scalping strategies I would use on AMD. And so again, if you want to check out Top Step and try to get funded in the futures market, and this is a company that pays out millions of dollars every year to their funded traders and withdrawals, there's the link. You can also go check out BitGet, who's a sponsor of the channel. And again, BitGet, we finally found our rhythm with copy trading. We had some struggles with early copy trading, but we finally found our rhythm. We finally figured out how we're going to trade. And again, the way we're going to trade is we're going to limit the amount of trades they get involved with. So number one, you can see the history here. We're jumping in traders that are trading incredibly small. This guy lost 20 cents, very small, right? This guy's making $5 here, $3 here, $16 here. And when we give them trades, we're giving them small trades to get involved with, right? So like if we look at the copy trades, and we look at the traders, we're giving this guy a 30% stop loss ratio, $200 maximum, and we're only following 0.3 times. The lessons I learned is like never follow the guys with 100% accuracy. These guys with 100% accuracy are just averaging into every trade. If Bitcoin tanks like it did yesterday, watch, I bet you a lot of these guys are holding on to long-term losing positions. This guy actually isn't. Wow. But I think a lot of these guys are holding on to long-term losing positions, and you can get yourself in trouble. Like if we look at some of these guys with 100% accuracy, let's look at some of these trades. Okay, well, let's look at Bill, for instance. Bill's probably the best example. Bill is holding on to some bags. And the problem with Bill is that he's so desperate to maintain this 100% accuracy rate that he sits on these huge losses. So you don't want somebody like that. When you're looking at copy traders, you want somebody that has a reasonable accuracy rate. Like this guy's got 91%, but he doesn't hold on to bags. This guy's got 74%, but he's reasonable and he's scalping, right? You don't want somebody with 100%. You want somebody that is reasonable, because some of these traders are just desperate to keep their accuracy high so they get more follows. And so they're just averaging down every trade. You know, Bitcoin dropped to 46,000. Bill was still adding to those positions. And so if you give yourself a stop loss and you find traders that aren't bag holding, it can be profitable. And so if you want to check out BitGet, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. You could also trade regularly on futures. Like if you like futures market, if you want to short crypto, you know, the futures market is great for shorting crypto here. You can see you can short Bitcoin if you want. You can short Litecoin. You can short whatever you want to short. You know, you can short that on this platform as well and do copy trading. Really fun to do. And I'll post this link here if you want to help support us and check out BitGet. How many shares do you trade on the SPY when scalping? So I don't scalp the SPY in stocks. I trade futures contracts. And so if we look at this here, for instance, I probably trade it depends on what I'm trading. If I'm trading the regular E-mini, big, really volatile, I take one contract, maybe two. If I'm trading the micro, I'll trade up to 5 contracts here, right? But it depends on what I'm trading. The micro E-mini, every tick up or down is $1.25 in profit or losses. On the regular E-mini, every tick up or down is $12.50. And so that's kind of like having 1,250 shares per cent, right? That's going to be $12.50 up or down per cent. In futures, they go by tick instead of cents. And so in futures, it's $12.50 per tick. So if it goes against me 2 ticks and I've got one contract, then I'm down $25 in the regular E-mini. If I'm holding the micro E-mini and it goes against me 2 ticks, I'm down $2.50. And so that's how you eliminate some of your risk. But yeah, check out Top Step. Check out BitGet. Yeah, Bill is holding some bags, man. He's bag holding some stuff. But yeah, guys, good luck. Have a good day. We'll see you guys next time. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We trade live for free every single day right here on YouTube. We don't claim to be experts. We don't claim to be gurus. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We show you guys all of our trades every day. We upload our trades to TraderView live every day. And you know, the strategies I use work. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but in the end, can't guarantee you're going to make money with anything. In the end, trading is all about finding what works for you specifically. And so figure that out. Check out our free videos. Good luck in the market, guys. Love you all. Have a good day. And we'll see you guys next time.